Good morning, everybody. My name is Bert Hoffman. I'm the director of the East Asian Institute, and I'm very pleased to welcome all of you to the first conference of the Korea Center at the East Asian Institute, titled Assessing Seoul's New Southern Policy Plus Perspective from ASEAN, Korea, and India. It is the first activity of the Korea Center, which we just opened earlier this week, and Ambassador Choi is here. He was at the opening of the Korea Center. We had the great honor to have Minister Vivian Balakrishnan there and the president of the Korea Foundation. The Korea Center aims to become a center of knowledge on the Korean Peninsula, but also a convener of great minds such as the participants today, to bring perspective on the Korean Peninsula, on North Korea, South Korea, and their links with ASEAN and the rest of Asia. Of course, the Korean Peninsula is very important from a strategic point of view, but also from an economic and political point of view. We'd like to study this much more in depth. South Korea, with its initiatives, the new Southern Policy and the new Southern Policy Plus, is of course of great relevance for ASEAN and for Singapore in particular. So that's the topic of today, and I am very grateful for all of you to join this conference. Without further ado, I would like to introduce His Excellency Ambassador Choi Hoon. He is the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary, it's quite a mouthful, of the Embassy of the Republic of Korea in Singapore. We welcome your keynote speech, Ambassador Choi. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Professor Bert Hoffman, Director of East Asia Institute, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by congratulating the very first conference hosted by the EAA Korea Center, which officially inaugurated on Monday this week. The opening ceremony was graced by the presence of His Excellency Vivian Balakrishnan, the Foreign Minister of Singapore, as well as Mr. Lee Gun, the President of the Korea Foundation. The fact that Minister Balakrishnan took time out of his busy schedule to offer his speech, and then Mr. Lee flew all the way from Seoul, even amid Omicron violent fears, shows the level of interest in this very first academic center in the whole Southeast Asia to be dedicated for the study of the Korean Peninsula. In this regard, I find today's topic befitting. In fact, the New Southern Policy, now upgraded to the New Southern Policy Plus, has been an important enabler of Korean Center by substantially raising the attention of the opinion leaders as well as the public towards Korea. My speech will first briefly assess the status of the New Southern Policy Plus, or NSPPlus. Then I will touch on the two often raised challenges concerning the NSPPlus, that is continuity and substance. Lastly, I want to both lay out my diplomatic aspiration as well as an open question concerning how Korea can better leverage Singapore in its implementation of the NSPPlus. President Moon Jae-in announced the New Southern Policy shortly after his inauguration in 2017 to highlight the importance of Korea's diplomatic relations with the Asian countries as well as India. The aim was to fundamentally upgrade our perspective toward the region in a way comparable to Korea's engagement vis-a-vis major powers surrounding the peninsula, such as the US, China, and Japan. Under the vision of people-centered community of peace and prosperity, more commonly recognized as the 3 Ps, dozens, if not hundreds, of projects have been pursued. Just to share a few snapshots of how much the 3 Ps have developed in the past few years. In the area of people, the number of students from Asian countries studying in Korea has almost doubled between 2017 and 2020 to surpass 60,000. Asian countries represent the largest share, accounting for more than 40% of the Korean foreign students in Korea. In the area of prosperity, in spite of the pandemic, the trade volume between Korea and the NSPPlus partners recorded its highest ever in 2021. In the area of peace, just last November, the very first ASEAN-ROK defense ministers' informal meeting was held to exchange views on multilateral cooperation and capacity building, among other issues. NSPPlus partners have been supportive of Korea's initiative. Most lately, at the ASEAN-ROK summit on 26 October, the ASEAN leaders commended the achievement of the NSPPlus and reaffirmed the joint will to further promote future cooperation. Areas specifically highlighted by the ASEAN leaders range from pandemic response and public health to digital and ICT and climate change. My government will direct its resources to address such demand. I will refrain from going into the specifics of the NSPPlus, such as the underlying considerations for policy upgrade or the 7 initiatives thereof, which will be discussed in the following sessions. It suffices to emphasize that my government will certainly continue to firmly pursue this signature policy. Having said that, I would like to address 2 challenges often raised by experts both within and without Korea, which are the continuity and substance of the NSPPlus. First, the continuity challenge. Some critics comment that the NSP and the NSPPlus is not new, but rather follows the string of cooperation from the previous administrations. At the same time, they also question whether this policy will outlive the current administration. It seems both allegations are plausible on the surface. Regarding this challenge, however, I may quote a few lines from a poem titled The Power, written by a renowned Korean poet Kim Chun-soo. Until I spoke his name, he had been no more than a mere gesture. When I spoke his name, he came to me and became a flower. The previous Korean administrations obviously had their policies toward the ASEAN region, mainly focused on the geographical policy landscape. But it was the Moon Jae-in administration that gave a proper name to this relationship and organized a policy framework with a clear vision, not only in a geographical, but also in strategical way. The naming practice has the benefit of dramatically increasing the level of political spotlight and the resources allocated. And this is exactly what the name New Southern Policy has achieved. The ASEAN and India have now become the urgent day-to-day matter of the Korean policymakers. The geographical proximity, the huge economic interest, and the sheer volume of people-to-people exchanges, both online and offline, will dictate the continuity of Korea's policy toward the region, not the other way around. So I can assure you that the spirit of NSP has become self-sustaining and solid in its footing in the future. They said that decades later, as scholars look back and evaluate Korea's relations with ASEAN, they will value the NSP hopefully at the level current scholars value Japan's Fukuda Doctrine. In short, yes, NSP inherited the cooperation of previous administrations, but upgraded the relations to an unprecedented level. And yes, the succeeding administrations will build on the NSPPlus to further upgrade Korea's relations with the region. Then comes the substance challenge, especially regarding the peace pillar among the 3 Ps. Looking first at the people pillar, Koreans are everywhere in the region in the form of K-pop, K-drama, K-food, and more. Even after spending 6 months as ambassador in Singapore, I'm still surprised at the extent to which Singaporeans are exposed to Korean culture. To be frank, many Singaporeans know more about K-pop and K-drama than I do. This goes both ways. Just before pandemic struck, Southeast Asia ranked as #1 destination Korean tourist. A survey conducted around the time of 2019 ASEAN-ROK commemorative summit showed that more than 2/3 of the ordinary Korean citizens surveyed know what ASEAN is. The Prosperous Pillar is also making progress through both government-led and private-led initiatives. Let me just name a few of them taking place here in Singapore after the pandemic started. The Korean government supported the opening of K-Startup Center in Singapore in July 2020. This is the first one to open in Southeast Asia. Korea and Singapore have been pursuing the Digital Partnership Agreement, a forward-looking, future-oriented document. It is in the final stage of negotiation. And Hyundai Motor Group celebrated the groundbreaking ceremony of Innovation Center in Singapore in October 2020. As Korea continues to diversify its trade and investment, the prosperity cooperation with NSP partner countries is bound to increase both in terms of quantity and quality. The peace pillar, however, is where Korea's presence is felt less. Perhaps the way Korea is perceived as found in the ICS, the State of Southeast Asia Survey report, is a reflection of its relatively humble presence in the area of peace. This is not to say that Korea is invisible. For instance, Korea is actively pursuing greater cybersecurity cooperation with Singapore. Korea is also pursuing environmental satellite data sharing mechanism and other concrete projects through bilateral consultative channels as well as through ASEAN-ROK dialogue frameworks. However, there is more substance to be explored in the area of peace, even while recognizing the limitation to middle power countries. I would like to seek your wisdom in this regard. As Korean ambassador to Singapore, I also want to seek your wisdom on the last issues that I will touch upon, which is how Korea can better leverage Singapore in its implementation of the NSPPlus. Singapore has played a unique role within the ASEAN and beyond. Many countries have sought to work with Singapore to further enhance their cooperation with the region. For instance, Singapore-Australia Joint Ministerial Committee and the robust cooperation based on this overarching structure is an object of personal envy. Singapore boasts excellent regional expertise and network, supported by world-leading quality governance and global top-ranking institutions, just like EAI. My aspiration as ambassador is to take Korea-Singapore cooperation to new heights for the benefit of both countries and the regions as a whole. Your advice and wisdom will be greatly appreciated. Distinguished colleagues, I don't think I am alone in saying that I miss traveling, shaking hands, exchanging name cards, and chatting over coffee breaks. I feel very sorry that we don't get to do any of those, which would have been all the more meaningful, given that this is the inaugural conference of the EAI Korea Center. However, as we patiently wait for the better days ahead, I'm grateful to the Korea Center for putting together this online conference. My words of appreciation go to all scholars and experts who have joined from different locations in Asia to impart your wisdom. I look forward to your insightful comments throughout the day. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Ambassador. You set us off to an excellent start, and you put the New Southern Policy Plus in a very good strategic context. Just the other day, I had with some representatives of the government here a discussion on how middle powers find their new directions, if you want, in this era of superpower competition. And I think Korea stands out in its initiatives of the NSPP as being one of the means of finding, if you want, a very good middle ground economically, but also diplomatically and politically. So I welcome your insights, and I do hope that that you stay for at least for the first session, which actually deals with exactly the topic that I just broached. Thank you so much. We're doing very well on time. I'm very proud as a chairman that we are ahead of time. Usually we're behind time, so we can take the next session in depth, and we can have lots of time for discussion. With that, the first session is South Korea's middle power diplomacy and the NSPP as a topic. And we have two excellent speakers. We have Professor Cho Wong-yi of the Korea National Diplomatic Academy. I won't give detailed introductions. You have the program. If you want to read all about Professor Cho, it's right there. So I won't take the time to do that here. And he will speak, Professor Cho will speak about South Korea as a middle power, NSPP vision formulation and implementation. And we have Dr. Noor Shahada Jamil from the National University of Malaysia. Welcome back to EAI. We're glad to see you again in a wonderful conference, who will speak about the ASEAN and the Republic of Korea as a middle power, ASEAN centrality and NSPP amidst great power transition. Professor Cho, the floor is yours. Or the Zoom is yours, I could better say. You have about 15 minutes, but as I said, we're not pressed for time. If you need a few minutes more, that is fine.
Thank you, Dr. Hoffman. Thank you very much, and I feel very honored to be invited to speak about NSP today. And in particular, congratulations to EAI and Dr. Lam for opening the brand new Korea Center at the EAI. I hope future collaborations with my organization, KNDA, in which we do have the Center for ASEAN and India Studies. In my presentation, apart from the major contents of my paper, which is I'm writing as part of my commitment to the project of EAI, in today's webinar, I would like to talk about three things. Of course, I do speak here today as in my individual capacity. I don't speak for my government or organization that I'm affiliated with. I think there are some misunderstandings or concerns about NSP out there. So I would like to pick up three most prevalent misunderstandings about NSP and provide my perspective and responses. So before getting into the main topic, as Ambassador Choi laid out, let me touch upon briefly about the basics of NSP. So NSP is the flagship initiative toward ASEAN and India by President Moon, which was launched in November 2017. So the vision of NSP was set by three pillars. Now you can see the PPT. It's people, prosperity, and peace. So peace pillar represents for deeper and wider people-to-people exchanges and socio-economic cooperation. So it has strong resonance with the people-centered approach of the ASEAN community building efforts. The second one is prosperity pillar. The goal here is economic cooperation, trade and investment activities, as well as development cooperation activities. The goal of these economic exchanges is to deliver mutually beneficial economic outcomes. The third pillar, peace pillar, is about the regional cooperation. You know, Korea is not a major power that aims for strategic goals. Rather, Korea is a middle power in the region who has limited resources and capabilities. So here, the agenda we have is very modest. We do not have any kind of strategic, grandiose ambitions. So I think the major policy, the core policy contents, elements of NSP are three among many, among anything else. The first one is economic diversification toward Southeast Asia and India. The second one is diplomatic rebalancing by elevating relations with Southeast Asian partners and India as the first priority diplomatic partners for us. The third one is regional cooperation. So we are making efforts toward building a regional order which is compatible with our national interest. So it's been already more than 4 years since President Moon announced NSP in November 2017 in Jakarta. And looking back on the achievements and progress so far, I think NSP is the most successful and the most active policy program under the Moon administration. Well, this is my individual observation, personal observation. Actually, President Moon has many other policy initiatives in domestic and as well as in foreign policy areas, but I don't think other initiatives have delivered as much as NSP. All right, now let me turn to three most prevalent misunderstanding or concern about NSP. The first one that I hear quite a lot from my ASEAN colleagues is that, well, Korea under NSP initiative is focusing too much on economic programs, trade and investment activities. Also, Korea is kind of looking for only commercial interests as well as the economic opportunities. So I think this is a kind of a misunderstanding. I know I understand the concern, but I think this is a misunderstanding. The second misunderstanding and concern I hear from ASEAN colleagues is that, well, Korea is preoccupied with North Korean issues, and Korea's ROK's strategic outlook is kind of narrow, lacking interest in regional strategic and security issues. So under NSP initiative, you don't have a lot of security cooperation programs. I think there are certain elements of truth here, but I think you have to understand why you have a kind of limited boundaries in security cooperation under NSP. The third concern about NSP is that, well, Korea typically in the past has been kind of transactional regarding its approach on Southeast Asia and maintains very short-term perspective. Also, due to the single-term presidency, if we have change of government, then the government's policy toward Southeast Asia is also changed. So the sustainability of NSP is in question. So we don't know whether or not the next president who will take power in May next year will pick up NSP or not. So this, I hear this kind of three concerns, and I like to respond each of these three misunderstandings and partly misunderstandings and concerns. The first, the economic dimension of NSP. Well, even before the launch of NSP, could you move on to the next slide? Even before the launch of the NSP, we already have strong economic momentum going on with Southeast Asia. And many Korean firms were already diversifying away from China into this region. So economic cooperation was a kind of low-hanging fruit, easy to pick up first to start with NSP in the beginning. Actually, it is out of the three pillars, prosperity pillar has been given most attention with extensive list of programs and projects. In particular, development cooperation takes center stage in the implementation of the NSP as the central domain of Korea's engagement in Southeast Asia. There are reasonable kind of grounds for that, because our successful economic development took place only in the last several decades. Therefore, our economic development experiences are considered more relevant for ASEAN countries than those of any other developed countries. So in this respect, I think Korea is welcomed in Southeast Asia as the most valuable and attractive development cooperation partner. For this reason, we have strong demands and requests from ASEAN partners for greater engagement in various areas of economic cooperation and development assistance. This is why Korea has developed extensive economic programs under the initiative of NSP in the areas of trade and investment and development cooperation. So I would say NSP is Korea's major regional, as Korea's major regional cooperation initiative. NSP is, among anything else, a development cooperation centered initiative focused on functional and practical cooperation, aiming for delivering tangible and substantive outcomes that would help mitigate the connectivity gaps as well as development gaps in the ASEAN member countries. Now let's move on to the strategic dimension of NSP, or lack thereof. Clearly, Korea has invested interest in keeping the strategic stability of the international rules-based order. With many like-minded countries in the region, we share serious concerns about the potential disruptions to trade and energy supply routes and the erosion of international maritime laws and norms. However, in the area of strategic and security cooperation, Korea has been primarily focusing on soft security issues rather than hard security cooperation under the peace pillar of NSP. For example, as part of the peace pillar on the NSP, we have been engaged in the water resource management project in Mekong region. Of course, the water resource management project in Mekong has a lot of security implications, but nonetheless, it is basically an economic project. We also focus on climate change, which has a lot of security implications as well. So it is true that we mostly focus on soft security issues. Then we have to think about the background of this Korean approach. Actually, the Moon Jae-in government in Seoul, it has been reluctant to join forces with the American Indo Pacific strategy. ROK has been kind of distanced itself from the US Indo Pacific strategy. Also, under the NSP initiative, the Moon administration has strategically left sensitive security and strategic issues out of the scope of the NSP. Also, it is true that ROK has remained a little bit passive on regional security issues that were regarded by China as sensitive, part of its core interest, such as freedom of navigation in South China Sea or the issue of Taiwan. In this respect, NSP was primarily designed and implemented as a functional cooperation agenda, engaged in mostly the economic and trade and economic and development cooperation areas. Then we have to think about why Seoul has strategically left sensitive security and defense issues out of the scope of the NSP. I think the single most important driver for this was the intention to minimize any risks of being drawn into the pitfalls of US-China strategic rivalry. So this is related to so-called the tyranny of geography and the China dilemma that Korea has. I think you have to understand Korea's own considerations and sensitivities given our unique geopolitical relationship with China. So for example, Korea's perception on China historically has been quite different from Japan's strategic perception on China. So regarding the ongoing US-China rivalry, the prevailing perception in Seoul is that Korea has been caught in the crossfire between the two great powers. So the most pressing challenge for us is how to manage our relationship with both Washington and Beijing and secure a degree of autonomy from both. So in that regard, I think Moon Jae-in government has taken a stance of strategic ambiguity. So this is why Korea has not been vocal and active enough on, for example, the maritime issues. Well, regarding Korea's approach toward the regional security issues, it is interesting to note one of my senior colleagues in Korean Foreign Ministry recently commented. According to her, although Korea may not have been vocal on regional security issues as much as we should be, or as much as we would like to be, she argued, in fact, Korea has been quietly vocal and active in regional security issues. For example, Korea has been quietly vocal on South China Sea issues in regional and multilateral forums. Korea has been also quietly cooperating with the US and Quad on China, quietly strengthening security links with EU, NATO, and European partners, who now has their own Indo Pacific strategy. We also have been quietly cooperating with Five Eyes countries. Also, in the area of maritime cooperation, for example, we have put a lot of efforts in maritime capacity building programs. For example, we have a lot of Coast Guard training programs with ASEAN partners. We also have provided several decommissioned Coast Guard and Navy vessels to the Philippines and Vietnam, for instance. And also, Korea has been a major competitive partner to ASEAN countries in the area of defense industry cooperation. So the point is that we did not actually abandon the regional security cooperation, but we are performing, we are doing the regional security cooperation in a very low profile manner. Also, recently we had a ROK ASEAN defense minister meeting, which was occurred a couple of weeks ago virtually. And in that dialogue, Korea defense minister specifically identified the maritime security cooperation, one of the key areas for future cooperation with ASEAN in the next 5 years. So I think all of this shows that Korea's strategic posture is not something that is fixated, but something that is evolving, reflecting shifts in our strategic perceptions as well as in the external strategic environment. Finally, the sustainability of NSP. Well, the prevailing perception in Southeast Asia is that Korea in the past has been kind of transactional regarding its approach toward Southeast Asia. And also the NSP is a President Moon's personal initiative. So we don't know whether the next president who is scheduled to take power in the coming May will pick up NSP or not. But I would argue that those are those concerns are groundless. I would definitely say that NSP is here to stay because we have every reason to keep NSP because it serves our economic, strategic, and diplomatic interest. NSP is kind of the economic diversification strategy. We do have economic imperatives to diversify and lessen our dependence on China. NSP also reflects our diplomatic imperatives to expand rooms to maneuver and project our middle power ambition. NSP is also based on our strategic imperatives to improve our strategic autonomy and relevance in the midst of ongoing US-China rivalry. The next slide, please. So it serves our own economic, diplomatic, and strategic interest to sustain the core elements of NSP, regardless of ASEAN's requests, wishes, or concerns. So in conclusion, I would like to emphasize the following 3 points. The next slide, please. First, NSP is here to stay in the future because we have every reason to keep the core elements of NSP. Second, as ROK's regional initiative, NSP is an evolving framework. NSP is not a static concept fixated on economics only. Finally, I think we need more work to do to clarify the strategic outlook of NSP in the coming future, because it gets harder and harder for us to keep the position of strategic ambiguity in the days ahead. I will stop here. Thank you very much for listening. I expect the discussion. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And I'm sure we will have quite some discussion. You brought up some really interesting topics, and especially the balance between, if you want, institutionalization of a policy and then the actual policy. I mean, of course, a new government can always change its mind, but as you argue, the sustainability is almost embedded in Korea's own self-interest. I do think the strategic angle that you mentioned, that is a very difficult one. Korea, of course, is an ally partner with the United States, a treaty partner with the United States, and it's interesting to look at that perspective and still have a strategic ambiguity. If you want, Singapore has been well, formulating its policies, and lots of ASEAN countries have formulated their policies, basically not wanting to choose. But in some ways, Korea has chosen because of history and tradition. And it's interesting that within that perspective, you still have a strategic ambiguity as an approach. There's an interesting balance between policies and then institutionalization of the policies, but that there are lots of institutions in East Asia, in the Asia Pacific space already. So a country's formulating their policies by using the existing institutions such as ASEAN, ASEAN+3, is actually a very smart way to go about. The second remark I made was that we may want to dig deeper into the strategic issues, where, of course, Korea is in a very particular circumstance, but lots of countries face this issue of not wanting to choose, and the strategic ambiguity policy of Korea is very interesting. The next speaker, before we go into that discussion, Dr. Noor Shahada Jamil, please, the Zoom is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before I begin, please allow me to take this opportunity to thank the organizer for giving me this opportunity to present a paper here today. So my name is Noor Shahada Jamil, and the topic of my presentation today would be ASEAN and the ROK as middle powers, ASEAN centrality, and NSPP amid great power transition. So to begin with, as China's military might growth in tandem with its GDP, Chinese elite rising confidence on China international status has also led to a formulation of a more assertive Chinese foreign policy. And this is particularly clear in its South China Sea policy, because we can see, unlike the form of assertiveness during the Hu Jintao administration, Beijing's assertive behavior under Xi Jinping is actually demonstrating more strategic sense, because they are no longer unorganized or triggered by a particular event, but they are now focusing more on actually strengthening China's actual control and also presence in the disputed waters. And at the same time, we can also notice that Beijing has also begun to construct alternative political and also economic architectures to reflect its interests and also prerogative in the region through a few initiatives, including the all-famous BRI. And all these have placed China in direct competition with the US, and we can see how US reacted by pushing for the renewal of the Quad, as well as the introduction of AUKUS in this September this year. So facing such challenging security environment, which is full with uncertainties, it would therefore be very interesting for us to see how middle powers, and in this case, the ROK and ASEAN, cooperate and operationalize their respective strategic concepts, namely the ASEAN Centrality and also the NSPP. So in this paper, I argue that the greater the uncertainties in regional security environment, the wider the rooms are for middle power and smaller states to cooperate and find strategic space to maneuver. So for ASEAN and ROK, closer and deeper cooperation can always be forged as long as the concept of the ASEAN Centrality and NSPP cross path. And this paper has actually identified 2 points where the two concepts actually intersects. The first would be the US-China rivalry, because in an international environment where US-China rivalry is mounting, second-tier powers and also smaller states will be likely to consolidate their existing partnership and explore cooperative endeavors with other like-minded nations. Because by doing so, this will allow them to balance their diverse national interests and also offset their risks in a time of these great uncertainties. And this is where we can witness the growing convergence of interest between the ROK and ASEAN, where both actually seek to diversify their strategic and economic ties beyond their traditional circles of allies and partners, while at the same time maintaining good relations with both US and China without taking sides. And for the part of ASEAN, the revitalization of the Quad has actually raised concerns of the possibilities that whether ASEAN might lose its centrality in the regional security architecture. And therefore, the ASEAN outlook on the Indo Pacific was adopted with hope to reaffirm ASEAN centrality and also to address the emerging Indo Pacific construct. I think this is a very smart move by ASEAN to signify that no new regional architecture is needed, meaning that the existing ASEAN-led mechanism, such as the ARF and also the EAS, is already sufficient in promoting the cooperation in the Indo-Pacific region. And this outlook is actually fully supported by the ROK, because I think Seoul, on the other hand, also faces similar concern in striving to secure its interests in the face of great power contention. And this is the reason why the NSP was launched in 2017, packaged with a wide range of collaboration with ASEAN, which can be clustered into 3 main pillars, namely the prosperity, people, and also the peace pillar. And the second intersection point would be the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, where we can see the pandemic has not only aggravated tensions in Sino-US relations, but it has also opened up opportunities for both Seoul to play a unique role in assisting the Southeast Asian states to deal with the socio-economic impact resulted from the pandemic. And the NSPP is geared towards this trajectory, because in addition to its financial aid offered to the Southeast Asian countries, Seoul's high-quality medical products such as test kits and also face masks, as well as its good health governance, has also enabled it to pursue public health diplomacy in the region. And of course, the most important thing is for us to leverage on South Korea's excellent science and medical research, which is often received underrated attention in comparison with other vaccine developing countries. And I think it is important for me to highlight here that the NSPP is not solely about healthcare cooperation, because the policy also covers cooperation in other areas, such as education, human resource development, cultural exchanges, trade and investment, and also cooperation in non-conventional security issues. So by investing more in ASEAN-led mechanism or ASEAN-led development and connectivity projects, both ASEAN and the ROK will actually be able to diversify the scope of regional cooperation beyond competing visions proposed by the great powers. So these are the 2 intersection points where the concept of ASEAN centrality and also the NSPP intersects, which open up or brought a new push for closer and deeper cooperation between the two. And To ensure the sustainability and also the effectiveness of ASEAN-ROK cooperation under the NSPP framework, my paper also has come up with a 3-stage policy recommendations spanning across short, middle, and also long term. So in short term, I think that focus should be set on institutionalization of the NSPP, which can be further categorized into 2. The first would be visible institutionalization, and the second would be viable institutionalization. So by visible institutionalization, we actually refers to the act of initiating more signature or flagship projects under the NSPP, especially those with lasting legacies. While viable institutionalization, on the other hand, would means partnering with other Southeast Asia countries in their own priority projects, including those that is already in place, but have substantial rooms for development. And for midterm, besides identifying key niche areas where it enjoys comparative strength, I think the ROK also needs to develop a considerable pool of South Korean experts in the Southeast Asia region, and also a NSPP-friendly multi-track networks, which include policymakers, scholars, think tank, NGOs, and also the business community, etc. And lastly, to ensure that the ROK and ASEAN partnership can be self-sustaining over the long run, I think Seoul will need to simultaneously consolidate 3 nexuses. The first would be the prosperity peace nexus. The second would be governmental and societal nexus. And the third would be the bilateral and also multilateral nexus. So why prosperity and peace nexus? Because I think that when countries join hands in pursue prosperity, the ultimate outcome will always be peace. I think we can take Japan-Malaysia relations as example, because after having forged bilateral trade and investment cooperation for decades, we are now gradually moving towards strengthening our security ties. And then why governmental and societal nexus, you may ask? This is because although government are the primary thrusts that drive the direction of interstate affairs, but when intergovernmental tracks are stalled, it is often the societal segment that serve to sustain relations and even facilitate cooperation. And last but not least, why bilateral and multilateral nexus? This is because bilateral ties are the essential foundation of ASEAN-ROK cooperation at the regional multilateral level, and multilateral process in turn enhances prospect for greater bilateral cooperation. And for ASEAN member states, please do not think that Seoul should be the one doing all the work. We should also play our part in explaining our respective policy and also plans to the ROK in detail, because although we have a lot of similarities, but we are actually very different in many ways. And I think with that, I'll end my presentation for today. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. A very important perspective. I think our thoughts were aligned, but as you were speaking, I think there is indeed the central issue of ASEAN centrality is whether ASEAN is actually strong enough to do all this centrality, and there's a lot piled up on ASEAN as such, and maybe some of the more bilateral or minilateral channels that are evolving as well could be better vehicles for instance, the NSPP, but other policies, initiatives as well. But those are sort of my thoughts on what you have said. Okay, let's start with the Q&A. I didn't get any instructions on how to handle that, but some people can raise their virtual hand. Others of people have submitted in the chat box. So I'll start with a question from Dr. Lam Pang R. Dr. Lam, why don't you come in? You are live.
Yes, I have a question for both speakers. My question to Professor Cho Wang-Yi is, do you see any role for the ASEAN states, especially those who have a fairly good informal and formal ties with the DPRK, to facilitate peace and development in the Korean Peninsula? So that's my question for Professor Cho. And you mentioned that Republic of Korea and ASEAN states do not really have like a security agenda, a very obvious upfront security agenda. I wonder whether, Professor Cho, whether the military of the Republic of Korea and some of the ASEAN states can engage in fairly innocuous cooperation, for example, submarine rescue. We have an arrangement, submarine rescue. Is that possible? It doesn't threaten anyone if Republic of Korea and the ASEAN states engage in naval cooperation without targeting any third parties. No? My question to Ada is, we know that Malaysia used to have a very good relations with DPRK, and then there was a very unfortunate incident at the international airport in Kuala Lumpur, right? And then things went downhill between Malaysia and DPRK. I wonder whether you can give us an update on Malaysia DPRK relations. Do you see any role? It's the same question which I posed to Professor Cho. Do you see any role for Malaysia and the rest of the ASEAN states to facilitate peace in the Korean Peninsula? Or do you think it's a bridge too far, this is an intractable problem, conundrum, which great powers, middle powers, small powers cannot fulfill. But one plank of the NSP is a hope by the Moon administration that perhaps the ASEAN states can play a positive role. But in your opinion, what positive role can we play, given the fact that this problem, it's so challenging? But can we, ASEAN states, which are non-threatening to anyone in the Korean Peninsula, play a positive role? Thank you.
Professor Cho first.
Thank you. Whenever you talk about NSP, always you have questions about ASEAN's ability and intention to contribute to the Korean Peninsula issue. Yes, under NSP, we do have some expectations about ASEAN partners to play a role on Korean Peninsula affairs. For example, Vietnam and Singapore were the countries who hosted the first and second DPRK-US summit, which was really important. And also when President Moon visited Singapore, when he delivered Singapore lecture, he mentioned about the potential role of ASEAN in contributing to Korean Peninsula peace process. But I think from my individual perspective, I think Korean expectation about the potential role that ASEAN can play regarding Korean Peninsula issue a little bit exaggerated, I would say. Yes, you do have diplomatic relations with Pyongyang. You still have diplomats remaining in Pyongyang even under this very severe COVID-19 situations, right? I mean, a couple of days ago, I visited Vietnam, Hanoi, and I met some diplomats there, and they have very close relations with North Koreans. So there are some areas that you can do. For example, Vietnam and other ASEAN member countries can teach later on when the nuclear issue is dissolved to North Koreans that how to go about the economic reform and opening up kind of things, right? Also, you have a lot to do in socializing North Koreans to international community. But I think ASEAN countries in general have a limited diplomatic resources, and DPRK and Korean Peninsula issue is not their top priority, which is true, right? To Korea, South China Sea is not top priority. That's hard fact, right? And also, I don't think ASEAN countries have an international standing to play a role to Korean Peninsula affairs like Japan or US or China, right? So in that regard, there is a clear limits to what ASEAN can do. But there are certain areas, some facilitating roles, some brokering roles that ASEAN partners can play, which is very important. Well, regarding your second question about the maritime cooperation issue that Korea can involve, in a very low-profile way, Korean Navy and Korean Coast Guard has been really expanding its operational cooperation programs with ASEAN partners. As I pointed out before, we have provided decommissioned Coast Guard and Navy vessels And recently, actually about a week ago, it was reported that Korean Navy is also going to provide 2 Pohang-class quarterback to the Philippines. So this will provide a lot of support for Philippines Navy. So, and also in maritime, the disaster relief and humanitarian assistance, I think we have a lot of potential in counter terrorism, counter piracy activities and things like this. So I think at operational level and also in the maritime capacity building areas, I think Korea has been doing a lot of work and also is ready to expand its areas of cooperation with ASEAN partners.
Dr. Shahada.
Oh, yes. I think for the case of North Korea, what ASEAN can do is actually to play a role as a mediator. There's nothing much that we can do, I think, because as a neutral body, what we can do is providing a platform for all the related parties to sit down and then to negotiate. And because this is also a place where many Southeast Asian scholars actually express our concerns about ASEAN centrality, because, for example, the ROK's move in 2019 to invite Kim Jong-un to the ASEAN ROK summit in Busan without full or deep consultation with ASEAN member states actually raised concerns of whether or not ASEAN centrality is really that important for the ROK. So that's what I think. I think what we can do is to become a mediator, providing platforms for negotiation. Yeah.
All right. Let's go to one of the non-resident fellows of the Korea Center, Ru Jong-wook. You have a question from the Lee School.
Okay. So I want to congratulate both EAI and the Korea Foundation, especially Bert and Peng-er. I know how hard you guys have worked to set up this center. Sorry I couldn't be there at the launch ceremony. I have a couple of questions for both presenters, and I enjoyed Professor Choi's response, and maybe it sort of highlights the problem that we have between ROK and ASEAN relations. So both sides see good things about what they do to the other without fully realizing sort of the unhappy expectations that each has, right, of the other. My question to Professor Choi is, certainly achieving cooperation on economic and trade issues is a low-hanging fruit, and moving to cooperation on high politics and hard security issues doesn't seem to be quite feasible at this stage. If so, can we actually try to achieve some cooperation on an issue that sits between low-hanging fruit and high politics? And here what I have in mind is bilateral collaboration on supply chains, right? So supply chains have become such a sensitive security issue, and yet essentially it's an economic issue. So can ROK and ASEAN states cooperate on securing stable supply chains? And if so, in what areas and to what extent can this be done? My question to Dr. Sorry if I mispronounce your name, Shahada, is can you see any role for South Korea to play in Southeast Asia that is different from the role that ASEAN expects from US, Japan, Australia, and India? So in other words, what is an independent role of South Korea that ASEAN member states can hope to see from ROK that is different from other regional states?
Dr. Choi, you want to go first?
Thank you, Mr. Yu. Well, I want to make this point. I mean, I didn't argue that the relationship between ROK and ASEAN has some sort of kind of a negative side. I don't think that. I mean, if you look at the evolution and development of the bilateral relationship between ROK and ASEAN for the 30 years. I mean, since 1989, when ROK became the dialogue partner to ASEAN, it's fantastic. I mean, Korea was initially was not admitted as a full dialogue partner. It's sectoral dialogue partner in 1989. But now, I mean, Korea enjoys a comprehensive partnership with ASEAN in all areas, including security areas as well. I mean, I didn't say that there was a serious problem. I think there are some differences in priorities, differences in some strategic perceptions between ASEAN and ROK. So in that regard, I think we have some work to do. I think ASEAN and ROK are in the same shoes, in the like-minded, in the ongoing U.S.-China strategic rivalry. So in that regard, I think Korea is in full support of ASEAN's AOIP and ready to work together toward building an inclusive regional architecture. So in that regard, I think Korea comes as really an instrumental partner to ASEAN. And regarding Mr. Yu's specific question about the supply chain, I think there are a lot of things going on right now. For example, the Korean auto maker Hyundai, a couple of years ago in 2019, decided to invest about $2 billion in Indonesia, making Indonesia as the center of Hyundai's the Southeast Asian operation. They try to build the electrical vehicle and the electric battery factories there, and try to make Indonesia as the headquarters of Hyundai's Southeast Asia operations. And also, if you look at what Samsung is doing in Southeast Asia, I mean, Samsung is the largest investor in Vietnam. Samsung is making about half of its cell phone products in Vietnam. Samsung is in charge of more than 20% of Vietnam's overall export as well as GDP, right? So I think Korean companies are playing an important role in building resilient supply chains with ASEAN partners. Of course, we have some imbalances in terms of trade and investor relations with some of the ASEAN member countries like Vietnam. Vietnam takes half of our trade with ASEAN. So we need to diversify, even among ASEAN members. But I think all of these have very promising potential future. So I think we have bright future to work together. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shahada. And you don't need to speak for all of ASEAN. I mean, it is your view on what ROK contributes, and I'm sure there's other views in the room as well. Please.
Yeah, my personal view is that the ROK actually can contribute more on AI, robotic, and stuff like that, and technology because of the 4IR revolution, and as well as I think we should set focus on how people-to-people cooperation, because unlike China and also Japan, because Japan we have a historical baggage, and then for China because we are unsure about their long-term intention and political intention in the region. So there are distrust from the Southeast Asian side towards China. So I think for China it's very difficult for us to actually create this link between people-to-people cooperation, although there are some that has been going on, but then I think Korea actually has a comparative advantage at this matter because of the soft power that they have. And I think what Korea can do that maybe China and also the West can't really, how to say, maybe Korean strength is actually what they are doing right now in terms of handling and managing the COVID-19 pandemic. Because yeah, we know Korean, they have this good governance on healthcare, they have test kit, good medical products. But the most important thing is their research and also on science and medical, which is often, let's say, underrated in comparison with other vaccine developing countries. And Southeast Asia, we're often caught between, whether we want to go for the Chinese vaccine, whether we want to go for the West. But I think South Korea, they offer an alternative. And I think this is where they can actually play a role because they have this comparative advantage in. And another area might be maritime security, which is already in focus of coming 5 years in NSPP, and also maybe smart cities, because this is what vital concerns for Southeast Asian, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Park Hang-kyu had a question in the box. Now, Dr. Choi already answered, but do you want to, Dr. Park, do you want to elaborate, or are you satisfied with the answer in the box?
I want to add some to the
Please.
Professor Cho's response, and also I also like to comment on the role of the ASEAN to contributing to peace and stability on Korean Peninsula. First, in international relation literature nowadays, the concept of security is expanding broaden, shifting from the traditional military and strategic security to non-security concepts. So if we agree to expand the concept of security, okay, to non-security, then we have I think we have a lot of areas of cooperation, okay, such as the environment, maritime, pollution issue like that. So I think South Korean government and very actively incorporate this concept of non-traditional concept, okay, for furthering is security cooperation with the ASEAN countries. That's what I'm saying. And then the second point is that Professor Choi said that the role of the ASEAN contributing to peace on Korean Peninsula a little bit limited. I agree with that. Yeah, it was the case so far. However, I think there is a very the large room, okay, for ASEAN country to contribute to peace of Korean Peninsula. For example, I think some ASEAN countries already contributed to peace on Korean Peninsula by providing kind of the arena where the United States, North Korea, and South Korea got together and discussed the pressing issues such as North Korean nuclear issue. In the case of the summer meeting, okay, between the Trump and Kim Jong-un in Singapore and also in Hanoi. So I think, and then in the future, the South Korea and North Korea are often invited to ASEAN regional institutional framework such as ASEAN+3 ARF, and then in these framework, maybe ASEAN play a more active role in mediating or persuading them meet together and discuss together about the issue like that. Even though there is high possibility that North Korea may refuse to do so, but in that way, the ASEAN country can increase its role, okay, contributing to peace on Korean Peninsula. Okay, and also South Korea's the security role in ASEAN region also has been quite limited. But as Professor Cho mentioned, South Korea nowadays very cautiously increasing its security role, okay, by dispatching cooperating with ASEAN countries in terms of Coast Guard and other maritime issues. So in that way, I think both parties can increase their roles in security cooperation. Okay, thank you.
Any further reactions to that, Professor Choi?
Yeah, on the screen in the chatting box, I see a question from my good friend from India, Dr. John Jujin, who asked a question about the evolving security role or perceptions on the part of Seoul. I'd like to briefly touch upon that issue.
Yes, and please do. But can you, in that context, also explain what you mentioned as the ambiguity, the strategic ambiguity that you mentioned before, which I mean, I'm sure many people in the room know, but I do not. It would be great to understand it a bit more in depth, the Korean concept on the. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. The stance of strategic ambiguity, well, is so-called, yeah. The Moon administration has been taking a kind of position of strategic ambiguity between US and China. I mean, US is our treaty ally, so we are dependent upon the United States on our security against the potential military aggression from the north. And also China is very important. China is the #1 trading partner to Korea. So economically, China is very important. Also, China is a major stakeholder on Korean Peninsula affairs. So whatever we do, we need to have a cooperation and collaboration from China. So in that regard, I think it is paramount importance for us to maintain a working and good relationship with both China and the United States. But when the relationship between these two major countries are good, the rooms to maneuver in terms of maintaining strategic ambiguity is very large. So we can have both trust and material kind of benefits from both in China, the United States, right? But as the strategic competition between these two gets intensified, I mean, the rooms to maneuver for us between these two giants is getting smaller and smaller, right? So it comes as a matter of choice between US and China. So the rooms to maneuver and the ability to sustain the position of strategic ambiguity is getting smaller and smaller. That's why ASEAN and Korea should work together, because we are, in their regard, in the same situation. In their regard, we are like-minded. So we want to expand the areas, the space for our strategic kind of autonomy and maneuver, right? So in that regard, I think we have to work together. And also, I mean, regarding the the Korea's evolving strategic perception and role in the region, I think last May, when President Moon visited Washington, D.C., the joint statement that came out of the Moon-Biden summit, that was the joint statement was unprecedentedly a strong strong statement about the Korea's enhanced regional role in terms of economic areas, the key manufacturing sector supply chains, as well as security areas. So if you read the joint statement that came out of the Moon-Biden summit, I mean, Korea concurred with Americans with its Indo Pacific priorities and agreed to expand the boundaries of Korea-US alliance beyond the Korean Peninsula, which implies that Korea is ready to take greater regional roles in terms of regional securities. But I think President Moon has only 4 months remaining before he steps down. So pretty much the commitment we have made to Americans belongs to the next president, to the burden, to the shoulder of next president. So I think it remains to be seen. But my personal view is that whatever we do, we need to take a greater, more proactive roles in shaping the regional strategic environment. In that regard, I think we need to share deeper strategic understanding and considerations with ASEAN partners. So far, I mean, the level of strategic partnership with ASEAN in that regard is very shallow. So I think we have to go beyond the current level of the consultation with ASEAN partners. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. There is one more question, two more questions in the box, but we're running out of time. So I'd like to ask the speakers to look at the box and to answer if appropriate. I'd like to thank Professor Cho Wong-Yi and Dr. Noor Shahada Jamil for their excellent presentations and very interesting discussion. And once again, I'd like to thank Ambassador Choi Hun for honoring us with his presence and for his keynote speech. With that, we're having a short break, 10 minutes, and we'll be back at 10:30.
Okay, I think we should get started. We just had a very good panel on the South Koreans' South policy. And you know, I think two things stuck with me during the discussion. One is the ASEAN centrality. The other is always in the background, that is U.S.-China rivalry. I think you know, Korean, both South and North Korean, play a very important role, increasingly important role in this region. And to be honest, you know, sitting in the middle of Southeast Asia, I feel, you know, literally feel the importance of South ASEAN countries. This region is rising, given the, you know, at the center of international politics at almost every level, you know, regional, sub-regional, global. Just as we're speaking, you know, Russia is now conducting a Navy exercise with ASEAN countries. So that's the first. So that's another, you know, interesting development. But our panel talk about the topic sub-region of the Mekong region is equally complicated. And again, many factors, global, regional, local, fill into this region. Previously, when we talk about the Mekong region cooperation, Japan, China, US we are talking about the most. Now today, for a change, we talk about you know, the Koreans' role in this cooperation. So we have our three wonderful speakers speaking from different angles, from South Korean, from Thailand perspective, and also from Vietnam. Unfortunately, we are not going to have our Cambodian speaker for today. So, but that will give us plenty of things to talk about during the discussion. So our first speaker, Professor Park Han-Kui, is a professor from University of Kyung-hee University. He's speaking about the new Korea, the Seoul's new Southern Policy Plus with regard to the Mekong cooperation. Please, Professor Park.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Gore. So first of all, I'm very honored to be invited to the inaugural conference of the Korean Center at East Asian Institute. and my congratulations on the Dr. Pinger, okay, for the inauguration of the U.S. Center. My topic is the Mekong and AUKUS cooperation for sustainable development and inclusive growth. So this is the contents of my paper. But I think the NSP is a signature foreign policy of Moon Jae-in government, okay, with the Southeast Asia. So in this NSP, the ASEAN is the central, okay, to Moon Jae-in's foreign policy as a way of increasing space for Seoul to maneuver amid the ever-increasing, strategic competition between Washington and Beijing. So in that vein, the President Moon Jae-in announced the NSPPlus, okay, as the upgrade version of the original NSP. So against this backdrop, I would like to address the following questions. First of all, I will look at the economic and strategic importance of the Mekong region in the NSPPlus. Secondly, I will examine the principles and practices of current NSPPlus and the mutual significance of the Korea-Mekong cooperation. Okay, finally, I'd like to suggest that the NSP should be pursued on the basis of common objectives of sustainable development and inclusive growth and unilateral diplomacy, okay, which is a differentiate diplomatic approach from those of other major powers in the Mekong region. Dr. Guo, how many minutes do I have?
Please, 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, first of all, let me explain the importance of AUKUS the Mekong region to South Korea. First of all, there are two factors, okay, that drive South Korea give the priority to Mekong region. The first one is economic factor. The second one is strategic factor. The Mekong region has a great economic potential. As you know, it has abundant resources and young labor force and high economic growth rates. Recently, okay, and also so that's why the South Korea has given a high priority to Mekong region in its NSPP. The second importance is strategic significance. I think the Professor Jo Won-gi already addressed this point. As far as the NSPP is concerned, the Southeast Asian has become a very important alternative to South Korea's economy. Okay, that especially moving away from China. Okay. At the same time, the Washington is also mounting pressure on South Korea to support U.S. Indo Pacific strategy, okay, which is aiming at broadly checking the rising Chinese influence power in this region. However, as seen in the case of the third law between Seoul and Beijing, China is likely to take another economic coercive measures against South Korea when it believes Seoul is crossing the political line set by the Beijing when Seoul decides to cooperate with the United States. So, in response to pressures from Washington and Beijing, President Moon Jae-in clarified that South Korea will upgrade the relations with ASEAN member states to the same level as that of the major powers as a way of enhancing a autonomous space to maneuver amid the ever-increasing power rivalry between the two superpowers. Okay. the NSPP, the vision of the NSPP is to build a people-centered community of peace and prosperity. So as you know, already know, the NSPP embraces 3 pillars: the people pillar, the peace pillar, and prosperity pillar. I don't want to explain these pillars, 3 pillars in detail, because you already know these 3 pillars of people and prosperity and peace. But I would like to address that the Seoul should pursue these the NSPP initiatives based upon 3 common goals. Okay, that is sustainable. They are the sustainable development, inclusive growth, and the minilateralism. The first objective is the goal of the sustainable development. As you know, the sustainable development can be defined as development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generation to meet their own needs. So, nowadays in the Mekong region, the construction of hydropower dams along the transboundary rivers upstream in China, which is known the Langchang, and downstream in Cambodia and Laos, will come at the high price of the reduced water levels and nutrient-rich silt and ecology and the biodiversity. So, in the Mekong and Han River Declaration of 2019, the leaders of South Korea and 5 Mekong countries agreed to protect protect and preserve the environment in the Mekong region through cooperation in water resources management, biodiversity, the forest management, okay, and environmental infrastructure, and work together toward the economic cooperation for green growth and sustainable development in the region. Okay, the second goal is the achieve the inclusive growth. The inclusive growth is the concept that advances the equitable opportunity for economic participants during the economic growth, with the benefits incurred by every section of society. So in the Mekong Han River Declaration, South Korea and the Mekong countries agreed that they cooperate to achieve a people-centered and people-oriented community that leaves no one behind. So the Mekong-ROK partnership should move forward on the basis of people-centered cooperation, and that ensures economic, financial, and social inclusiveness. So in doing so, the Seoul has to try to increase cooperation to advance human resources development for sustainable development and capacity building and prosperity for people in the region by promoting vocational education and training and educational cooperation through higher education and improvement of e-learning resources, including broadband, internet system like that. And South Korea also should, increase commitment to share its know-how in developing rural areas and promoting the regional connectivity through cooperative projects in constructing roads, bridges, railroads, ports like that. So South Korea is now provide funding these projects through the Economic Development Cooperation Funds. Okay, the third goal, the goal is the minilateralism. Okay, this minilateralism refers to informal and more targeted institutional framework intended to address a specific the needs, threats, contingency, or other issues with fewer states sharing the same interest for resolving it within an infinite period of time. over the recent decades, there has been a rapidly growing number of the unilateral cooperative initiative and mechanism in Mekong region as follows. Okay, so many, right? So South Korea pledged to seek synergies between the Mekong, the AUKUS cooperation mechanism, and other Mekong-related initiative and mechanism. By doing so, Seoul can play a role in incorporating U.S.-China competition in a unilateral framework and managing unnecessary competition between the riparian states of the Mekong River. Okay. So when and where the areas of cooperation are overlapping between the Mekong AUKUS cooperation and other regional cooperative initiatives, Seoul could play the leading role in enhancing coordination to better achieve the institutional and policy complementary. But there are still some remaining tasks, okay, in the future. First one, okay, implementation of NSPP has delayed much due to the COVID-19, the pandemic over the last 2 years. So the South Korean Foreign Minister noted the importance of strengthening the cooperation to mitigate the reverse impact of the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic during the 11th Mekong Korean Foreign Minister meeting that was held in September this year. In that, the foreign ministerial meeting, the foreign ministers of Korea and Mekong countries also called for efforts to ensure safe, effective, accessible, and affordable COVID-19 vaccine procurement, technology transfer, the production and distribution, and accelerate the socio-economic recovery. So I think it is the South Korea and Mekong, the countries, okay, make a very serious efforts to overcome from this, the COVID-19 pandemic as soon as possible, so that they can implement the various projects they already they promised through the NSPP. Okay, there has been criticism that the NSPP lacks the necessary policy framework for executing the proposed initiative, okay, beyond the statements and agreements. However, with the NSPP, which has the concrete measures to implement the initiative, so it's likely to provide an extended structural framework for concrete actions. Okay, so recognizing the choosing areas of concentration and securing a consistent and sustainable implementation of NSP as key underlying principle. Okay, second task is South Korea is a need to pursue more balanced approach to Mekong countries. There has been also the legitimate criticism that South Korea's reach out to an investment in ASEAN country are excessively concentrated on particular country in Vietnam. Okay, so South Korea needs to diversify its ODA projects and business investment from Vietnam to other ASEAN countries, which have more competitive advantages in the areas of various industries. By moving away from excessive concentration on Vietnam to other ASEAN countries, other Mekong countries, the Seoul can contribute more evenly to socio-economic development and cooperation in Mekong region. So at the same time, South Korea has also realized recently that it's too risky if it puts all in one place like Vietnam when the breakdown of the supply chain occurs in Vietnam due to COVID-19 crisis. Okay, lastly, the South Korea should pay more attention to opinions from the Mekong countries. So, for example, Mekong countries have interest expressed their interest in South Korea's cooperation in ICT-based, economy. So South Korea pledged to develop ICT-driven projects, including e-government and smart cities that will promote the digital economy toward the fourth industrial revolution and technological advancement in this region. So South Korea and Mekong countries share the vision that ICT is driving force the innovation, sustainable economic development, and prosperity in this region. The South Korea needs to identify and advocate for the specific niche areas such as digital economy and ICT-based projects in water resources management, biodiversity, and other, infrastructure, projects where it could play a leading role in advancing cooperation with ASEAN. Okay, this is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Park. That's a very comprehensive introduction of Korean's policy in the Mekong sub-region. I'm impressed that the Koreans' approach is more, instead of transactional, business-oriented, it's more kind of a long-term, people-centered, sustainable development approach. So I hope that will bear fruit in near future. Our next speaker, Saxen Anastasia, is going to from the International Studies Center. His topic is Thailand and South Korean Mekong cooperation beyond hub and spokes. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Lance Gore. Greetings, Sawadee krap, Annyeonghaseyo. I'd like to congratulate Professor Bert Hoffman for finally establishing the Korea Center at the EAI, and I would like to express my appreciation to Professor Lam Peng Ers for your kind invitation. For having me here is my greatest honor. I have to make it clear that the presentation here is based on my personal analysis. It does not represent the views of my affiliation. Professor Lam gave me the question, as you can see, the program that is about beyond hub and spoke security architecture. And I would argue that, yes, we have gone beyond hub and spoke security architecture. And this is my answer, my response to Professor Lam's question. The way Thailand translates NSPP into policy convergence is to make it partnership for sustainability. So this is a Thai perspective on the implementation of NSPP and South Korea's engagement in the Mekong subregion. In general, I would say that Thailand welcomes South Korea's proactive engagement in ASEAN and Mekong. I have to remind you that in the first month of his administration, Moon Jae-in sent special envoy, the late Seoul Mayor Park Won-soon, to Vietnam, Indonesia. And he announced that he treated ASEAN as one of key strategic partners. This is the first time, I could say in the first time in the public history, that South Korea formally announced that it will treat ASEAN as key strategic partner. And actually, South Korea has proved its intentions to develop relationship with ASEAN through many actions. For example, it established the ASEAN Culture House in September 2017. Is the first country to establish the ASEAN Culture House outside the ASEAN region. The country established the ASEAN Department of ASEAN Affairs, or ASEAN Group, under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. President Moon also pledged to visit ASEAN 10 countries before the commemorative summit hosted in 2019. So this is a kind of evidences that prove South Korea's intention. And actually, I think he acknowledged that the ASEAN-OK commemorative summit in 2019 was the largest formal international conference in his administration. So this is what I want just to remind you here. Actually, the South Korea has preferences over Thailand's strategic choice because we see some kind of intrinsic values of South Korea. First, okay, South Korea is middle power. This is what we perceive. because of proactive role in several platforms in initiating some kind of the, let's say, multilateral platforms of cooperation. Second is its success in economic and political development. I mean, if we consider Samuel Huntington's theory of political development, South Korea has achieved both economic and political development with impressive consequence. And third, yes, I think many scholars, many speakers here have mentioned already about the popularity of K-pop in Southeast Asia. So these values kind of provide fundamentals for enhancing bilateral cooperation. Second, I'd like to remind you that the two countries actually worked together in 2019. At that time, Thailand was the chair of ASEAN, and actually advancing partnership for sustainability is the theme of Thailand's ASEAN chairmanship that time. Many speakers talk about NSP or New Southern Policy based on 3 Ps. But I think South Korea tries to engage the 4th P, which is partnership, into this kind of the NSPP. So there would be 4 Ps, for example, I mean, for enhancing the relationships at multilateral and bilateral level. Third, at the ASEAN level, I would say Thailand would like to play a role as bridge connecting between South Korea and ASEAN in the Mekong subregion, such as through trilateral partnership for development. For example, Thailand and South Korea has shared development experiences on public health to our neighboring countries, including Laos, PDR, and perhaps in the future it would include Cambodia or Vietnam or Myanmar. This is the status of the Mekong Korea Cooperation Fund projects. Actually, the fund is implemented by the Mekong Institute located in Khon Kaen province in Thailand. I received this table from the Executive Director of MI, Mr. Suriyan. There are 33 projects in total under the MKCF projects. Most of the projects are based to support, are funded to support the Mekong-AUKUS statement, the vision that our leaders have agreed at the meeting at the commemorative summit. So this is a kind of the implementation of the vision, as we can see. And I would say that I have to talk to a Thai official, and she reflects that South Korea did not do lip service. South Korea is a country that provides real assistance, real contribution. This is different from some dialogue partners that they just do lip service, that we will give you support, but nothing comes. So this is the strength of South Korea, and I would like to underline here. For trade and investment in Mekong, it seems that the 2017, the first year of the New Southern Policy, we see an increasing amount of trade volume in the Mekong region. I mean, Mekong region, 5 countries as a whole. And it seems that it still have a kind of impressive growth of this trade volume. But when we break up to each country, yes, it's correct that Vietnam is still the first kind of the most important trading partner for South Korea in the Mekong region. And from a Thai perspective, we would say that this is good for us as well, because Vietnam's growth could contribute to the sub-regional growth and even Thailand's growth as well, because we have kind of economic partnership. So it seems that Thailand welcomes kind of South Korea more proactive engagement with the region as well. When it comes to bilateral relationship, I would say that what we have discussed, notwithstanding like smart city or some kind of infrastructure development, has been included already in the memorandums of understanding. We signed 6 memorandums of understanding on water resource management, Korean language training, military intelligence, rail infrastructure development, smart city, and investment in Eastern Economic Corridor, which is now Thailand's key mega project. When we want to go out to other countries, we try to promote this EEC and also Thailand 4.0 and also BCG economy. So this is a kind of the way we translate policy convergence by synergizing NSPP. Recently, I think in April this year, the 2 sides agreed for bilateral partnership on 3 key issues: partnership for health, partnership for future industries, and partnership for green economy. This approach is quite interesting because we take forward-looking approach. It's not just like we see US-China bilateral competition. we consider that's important, but at the same time, we try to translate into policy convergence that we can alleviate the effects, negative effects of the competition. So these three issues are kind of the issues that it will be future issues. Health, yes, we see the COVID-19 is relevant to the current situation, and the two countries have potentials to do so. Future industries, yes, I think we have a lot about digitalization, a lot about robotics, AI, and digital cooperation. And this is another issue, but it's still underrated. Third, green economy. Yes, this is policy convergence between Thailand and South Korea's national agenda. So this is how we kind of translate policy into actions. I have some few observations on bilateral relations between Thailand and South Korea. First, it seems that we have strong people-to-people ties. Actually, the diplomatic relations between Thailand and South Korea can be traced back to the Korean War. At that time, I think it's 1960s, Mr. Lee Myung-bak, the former president, was here to join the Hyundai infrastructure project in the southern part of Thailand. So some footprints were already here. But we still have missing links in economic relations. I would say this is a big issue. I talked to some Thai entrepreneurs. He says that he thinks South Korea is good for kind of adapting the developmental experiences as a kind of model, because it's not that high like Japan and it's not too far from Southeast Asia. So South Korea can be a reference model for that. But at the same time, it seems that at the implementation level, there is an issue of business style. I heard many reflections from Thai businessmen that South Korean approach to Southeast Asia is pali approach. It's still the way Korea survived in that society. I mean, quick society, right? Quick. So this is not preferable business style when it comes to Southeast Asia. I would reflect here, and this is key issue that we can perhaps promote mutual understanding in the future. For the third one, yes, for political security relations is still underrated. Recently, South Korea proposed to cooperate with Thailand on cybersecurity, and I think many rooms still remain to see. This is an example of people-to-people ties. Everyone knows Larissa Manoban. She's a successful Thai K-pop singer. She's from Buriram province in northeastern part of Thailand. So she announced that she would like to support her younger generation, her kind of students, I mean, in alma mater in Buriram province by establishing the Good Halu project in Thailand. So she provided kind of financial support and technical support to establish this with support from COFIS as well. So I think this is just 2 weeks ago, the AUKUS ambassador to Thailand went there to open this center for training the new K-pop stars. And on the right one, you know, Squid Game, a very famous series these days. The Korean Cultural Center in Thailand organized this event. Oh Jing Ro, which means, oh really, tries to mimic Oh Jing Ngo, the Korean word of Squid Game. So this attracts kind of a lot of attention from the Thai media. And these are another two projects that leverage kind of people-to-people ties between Thailand and South Korea. On the left side, yes, for the education, higher education for ASEAN talents. There was a scholarship opportunity for ASEAN faculty members in the AUKUS. And the right one, I think this is this year project is started last year. Digital public diplomacy supporters. The AUKUS embassy recruited the Thai students studying in a university to be their friends to promote Korea. So this is the way, I mean, at the implementation level, we can see this kind of things happening. But it's not just one way. I think it's two-way interaction. In Seoul, the Thai embassy also tries to promote Thailand's game day to match between bilateral cooperation to show that, okay, Thailand has more than just a Khon, mask dance, and Tom Yam Goong, and some kind of food preferences, but we also have kind of game day. On the right side is the first online Thai festival, Imagine Thailand, which is quite colorful to attract the Korean people. So when it comes to people-to-people links, yes, I would say we have really strong cooperation on that people-to-people ties. But when it comes to economic cooperation, we still have a lot to do because the economic structure between the two sides are still intermediary goods. We still, Thailand export to South Korea mostly electric equipment. machinery nuclear reactors, rubbers, plastics. So it's just first and second step of manufacturing. At the same time, Thailand imports from South Korea is very similar, electrical equipment, iron and steel. So this is what we have to rethink about it and to think about like new kind of economic growth. Okay, towards sustainable partnership, I would have some recommendations here. The first is that I think we should do multi-track diplomacy, not just think about government to government, but it should be government to business or business to business or people to people partnership as well. So I would propose first propose public-private partnership on BCG or biocircular green economy. Second, public diplomacy. I would propose three things. First is the ASEAN Roundtable in South Korea. Second is the strengthening of alumni networks, Korea alumni networks in Southeast Asia. We can do more, we can make activities. And third, I would propose Korea Foundation. Since this event supported by KF, I would say Korea Foundation should support the establishment of the KF office branch in 10 ASEAN countries. And the last one, I would reflect that for the institutional arrangement. I was at the KNDA's conference in 2017. Our respected Ambassador Ong Keng Yong was there. He reflected similar issue about sustainability of the policy implementation. So I think it's possible for us to think about the existing institution. For me, the reason why I propose ASEAN Korea Center is that the ASEAN Korea Center will be there. It will not collapse. But the presidential committee, perhaps it can be collapsed. And we saw this in the past, that the presidential committee, when the government changed, the new president just dissolved, although they are from the same camp, conservative camp. So yeah, this is what we have to think about, and I want to hear any reflections from you. And this is just the example of ASEAN Roundtable when I was there. I initiated this roundtable to build people-to-people links between the two sides. And each week we have presentations by this Vietnamese female student and this Korean student talk about ASEAN as a whole and each member countries. We also have visits, institutional visits. I went to the Presidential Committee on Southern Policy. This is the former DG Park Jae-pyong. So I think that's it. And I would like to hear any comments or clarifications if you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Saxon. You have provided a very detailed description of the multi-dimensional exchange between Thailand and South Korea, and provided policy recommendations on how to, deepen and expand this relationship. I think Thailand, in my mind, has also a lot of soft power in this region. Is considered, by the countries of the world as one country that almost everybody can deal with. So that role, I think, is very important. You mentioned the K-pop, the appeal of K-pop, and South Korea's success in economic development, and also more recently, technological powerhouse driving, the new scientific technological revolution. So these are all very positive factors that can play a role in between the relationship between South ASEAN countries and South Korean. Thank you very much for that presentation. Our next speaker, Ms. Hong Tin Ha, from our Institute of Southeast Asians. She's going to talk about Vietnam and Republic of Korea with regard to Mekong cooperation. Please, the floor is yours, Ms. Hong.
Thank you, Dr. Gore, for the introduction, and many thanks to Dr. Lampang for having me here at this workshop. And I also would like to send my warmest congratulations on the establishment of the Korea Center. The topic of my paper and also my presentation today is about Vietnam-ROK relations, which is arguably the most important and substantial relationship of South Korea in Southeast Asia. I try to examine this relationship from the lens of a middle power agency in the age of US-China strategic competition. And that is happening in the Mekong subregion as well. In fact, my presentation echoes a lot of substantive points that Wang Yi made in his presentation in the earlier session about the NSP. Just that I have a narrower focus on South Korea and Vietnam relations. We all know that the US-China relationship is the central axis of international relations in Asia, and will cast a long shadow over regional politics in the decades to come. But many would agree that given the complexity and diversity of Asia, the regional order is better described as a symmetrical multipolarity, where neither the US nor China can establish undisputed primacy in Asia, and therefore the actions, choices, and interests of middle powers like Korea and also Vietnam and many other Southeast Asian states will become more consequential. And I would argue that the role of middle powers in affecting the regional balance of power and also shaping regional governance is very much well regarded in Southeast Asia, because all regional states, including Vietnam, individually and also collectively through ASEAN mechanisms, have purposely pursued omni-enmeshment of all major powers in the regional governance. And the strategic rationale of this omni-enmeshment strategy is to check, balance, and also dilute the influence of a single great power over smaller regional states, and also diversify their policy choices with a range of external powers. And since the early 1990s, Vietnam has steadfastly adhered to this omnidirectional diplomacy and comprehensive regional and international integration. And as one of Vietnam's most important partners, South Korea has been a very crucial player in enabling Hanoi's diversification strategy, and also helping to contribute to the state of diffusion of external powers influence in Vietnam. And as emphasized by many commentaries about the NSP and also by the latest presentation by Dr. Park, diversification is also the underlying rationale of the New Southern policy. So the unique strength of Vietnam-Korea ties is based on their synergy and complementarity, which serves to strengthen their mutual resilience in the face of the growing US-China strategic competition, especially in economic terms. And I would like to highlight a few observations from my research for the paper. And I very much wish to hear the feedback and comments and even disagreements from the conversation later, so that I can further improve my paper. The first observation is that the primary foundation of Vietnam-South Korea relations is commercial and economic. And shared economic interests continue to be the main driver of Vietnam-South Korea relations going forward. And this demonstrates the pragmatism of both the Vietnamese and Korean governments to focus on economic deliveries and not to put geopolitics at the forefront, so as to avoid being drawn into the pitfall of the zero-sum US-China rivalry, as Wang Yi mentioned earlier. And yet, I would argue that Vietnam-ROK strong economic cooperation also provide strategic dividends for both countries by contributing to their diversification strategy and also enhancing their economic security against over-concentration in a single external power. And I would like to give a few numbers to demonstrate the outsized role of the ROK in Vietnam. It consistently ranks among Vietnam's top trading partners, behind only the US and China, and even above Japan in the past few years. Korea is also the largest source of foreign direct investment and the second largest source of ODA for Vietnam. A weighted comparison clearly demonstrates that the South Korea punches far beyond its weight in terms of economic engagement with Vietnam. For example, China's population and GDP are respectively around 100 times and 10 times bigger than South Korea. But Vietnam-China bilateral trade is just twice the size of Vietnam-Korea trade. In fact, I would argue that because of the heavy concentration of Korean investment and resources devoted to Vietnam, Korean influence and presence in Vietnam almost overcome the size constraint that is often associated with a middle power. The second observation is that the centrality of economic cooperation in Vietnam-ROK relations very much mirrors the emphasis of the New Southern policy on the economic pillar. Wang Yi, again, in your presentation, has articulated this point very clearly and persuasively. And this observation of mine is also an objective assessment, not a criticism. This robust economic content is the natural function of Korean economic weight, and also the result of the Moon administration's economic development-oriented approach. I would argue that despite being a US ally, in its relations with Hanoi and its middle power diplomacy towards Southeast Asia through the NSP under the Moon administration, South Korea seeks to project an autonomous foreign policy rather than to align itself with American strategic interests, especially vis-a-vis China. And Seoul geopolitical constraints on the Korean Peninsula and the Moon administration's emphasis on inter-Korean dialogue, as well as Korean deep economic interdependence with China, require the ROK to be sensitive to Chinese interests accordingly. And this sensitivity underlines Korean somewhat reticence on the South China Sea concerns, as well as on the Indo Pacific strategy in its high-level engagements with Vietnam. By comparison, Vietnam's summit-level joint statements with other US allies and like-minded partners like Japan, India, and Australia do have strong content on the South China Sea as well as on the Indo Pacific. And this contrast underlines the fact that the NSP projects a deliberate posture of strategic ambiguity to maximize Korean foreign policy options. And this point is also very much articulated by Wang Yi earlier. My third observation is with regard to the sub-Mekong region. Although the ROK has been involved and invested in the Mekong sub-region since the early 1990s, the New Southern Policy and also the New Southern Policy Plus do provide significant impetus to elevate Mekong ROK cooperation to new levels, including the upgrading from ministerial level to summit level, the visit by President Moon to all Mekong countries in his first 2 years in office, his articulation of the Korean Mekong vision, which focuses on common prosperity and sustainable development, as well as the development of the 2019 Han-Mekong Declaration with 7 priority areas as the overarching framework for enhanced ROK-Mekong cooperation. And I continue from my theme from the ROK engagement with Vietnam. I would argue that Korean engagement with the Mekong sub-region also largely mirrors its approach to bilateral ties with Vietnam, which can be called as speaking softly and carrying economic and development gifts. It is also broadly aligned with the NSP's key tenets that focus on economic and development issues and maintain strategic ambiguity towards US-China competition in the sub-region. And unlike the US or Japan, the Mekong ROK cooperation is driven more by Korean economic development considerations and its desire to promote Korean middle power leadership and influence, rather than by acute geopolitical concerns over Chinese influence in the sub-region. So as a result of this strategic ambivalence, Seoul positioned itself as in between the competing Mekong interests and institutional designs of China and the US. So we can see from the Han-Mekong Declaration in 2019 that the Mekong ROK cooperation is the most inclusive mechanism in terms of seeking synergies with all other major powers-led Mekong frameworks, be it China-led, LMC, the Lanchan Mekong Cooperation, or the US-led US Mekong Partnership, or the Japan-led. And this point is also quite examined in detail by the previous speaker. And under the banner of sustainable development, the ROK is seeking to address the Mekong environmental problems in modest but meaningful ways. For example, Korean Mekong developments mainly focuses on public governance and capacity building for local water management issues in downstream countries, such as water scarcity, water-related disasters, water resource for agriculture, sanitation, and sewage. As for Vietnam, I think Vietnam is quite realistic about the ROK's lesser geopolitical footprint and its limited ability to effect the change to regional governance compared to larger players such as China and Japan. However, I would also argue that Korea's increased engagement in the Mekong sub-region is very much aligned with Vietnam's omni-enmeshment strategy, which try to engage as many major powers as possible in the Mekong to balance and dilute Chinese influence. However, I think Vietnam must step up its game, not simply as a taker, but also as a shipper of the Mekong developments. And in this regard, I think Vietnam can find in South Korea a very credible partner in, providing credible solutions on the ground and attractive alternatives to hydropower in the downstream countries, therefore reducing the need for mainstream dam construction. For example, rural education is a priority under the ROK's development assistance to CLMV countries. And if these projects can be scaled up, they can potentially provide a credible alternative to hydropower development for the riparian communities. And for a concluding note, I would like to go back to the analytical framework of middle power agency that I started with my paper. I think Vietnam ROK relations very much demonstrate all the attributes and qualities of South Korea as a middle power. I wish to end my presentation by emphasizing one of the most important aspects of Korea's middle power statecraft in its relations with Vietnam, which is Seoul's bridging capabilities in connecting Vietnam with both the US and China, and creating a state of complex interdependence among all of these countries. This is because of Korea's structural interdependence with both the US and China in both security and economic terms, as well as Seoul's proactive positioning as in between the two great powers. And quite similarly, geographic proximity, economic interdependence, and ideological affinity also mean that Vietnam will remain sensitive to Chinese interests, despite their long-standing disputes over the South China Sea. So this complex interdependence defines the challenges the binary choice for both Hanoi and Seoul in the US-China competition. Therefore, the value of having the ROK as the middle power in this regard is very much important. And with that, I would like to end my presentation here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. I think you last at the end you mentioned that Korea is a unique position. Both security and economic interdependence with China, with both China and the United States, which allow it to play a very important role. You also mentioned that Koreans' Mekong region cooperation policy is most inclusive. I think you highlighted this very important characteristics of Koreans' approach. In terms of Vietnam, I think is also a very interesting case. It's most recent miracle economy. I just read something, in the last 30 years, Vietnam economy, grow by 43 times. So that's a huge, and also Vietnam, share some kind of affinity in terms of political system with China, but it seems to be so far Vietnam has been successful in distinguishing itself from China in terms of getting the heat from ideological, political sort of assault. So that also pose very interesting questions with regard to Vietnam. Anyway, we'll talk about this all these questions. I think all our speakers are very good on time wise, so we have some time to do discussion. Let me see. You can raise your virtual hand or put your questions on the chat box. I think I'm going to start taking advantage of my chair's positions, asking all our speakers, since the start of US and China rivalry, beginning with the Trump administration, there's a kind of strategical shuffling around the world. Can you give us a brief assessment? How each of the country you're talking about, if there has been, substantive redeployment, repositioning of your country in both security and economic, aspect. So I wonder, can Professor Park start with you?
Okay, thank you. I think that is a very, big question, okay, in terms of the South Korean economy and security. In the past, so far, South Korea has maintained the strategic ambiguity as the main strategy in managing the relations with the United States and China. Okay, but that strategy was good strategic option when the bilateral relationship between China and the United States okay, remain the cooperative and friendly. But as the power rivalry between two countries, two superpowers, began to intensify, it is much harder for South Korea to maintain such ambiguous, the stance in the middle of the competition, strategic competition between the United States and China. So, South Korean government and South Korean people realize that, South Korea needs to find alternative ways, okay, to enhance its autonomy or some space to maneuver in the middle of the strategic competition between the two superpowers. That's why, South Korea began to pay special attention to ASEAN region, okay? So as a way of, the improving the autonomy, okay, in the international relations, okay, by cooperating with the ASEAN countries. So, since then, I think, the ASEAN region is nowadays, I think, the central the place for South Korean foreign policies. So, as you know, Professor, Cho Won-gi, I'm pointing out, the NSPP will remain sustained even after, the Moon Jae-in government, because it is necessity for South Korea, okay, to diversify its diplomatic relations with other, countries. So, in that sense, the ASEAN region,
Okay.
the cooperation between two regions is so important for South Korean foreign policies.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very briefly, Mr. Saksen.
Could you please repeat your question again, Professor? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Do you see any substantive changes in, say, Thailand? Strategic positioning since the start of the rivalry between U.S. and China?
Right. Oh, thank you very much. I think this is a very important question. And I think this is why Korea is important, because Korea is another strategic choice that we could have in this US-China geopolitical competition. And I think Thailand adheres to this kind of ASEAN centrality because we believe in welcoming out and threatening none. So anyone comes to Southeast Asia, comes to Thailand, we welcome out, but we will find a way to accommodate interests of each key player here. So I think NSPP provides positive impact on the Thailand's positioning in kind of accommodating the US-China strategy competition.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Kong?
Thank you, Dr. Gore, for the very good question. It's quite difficult to talk about Vietnam in a very clear sense of repositioning. Much has been said about the warming of the relations, including security relations between Vietnam and the US, starting from the Trump administration, but still maintaining the momentum during the Biden administration, with the visit by the Vice President Kamala Harris, as well as the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, to Vietnam. So it is true that Vietnam-US relations are now at its best since the end of the Cold War, or the normalization of bilateral relations. But it would be overstretched to extrapolate it into seeing Vietnam as increasingly being on the US side in the US strategic rivalry with China, because by a function of geographic proximity, not to mention the very unique and exclusive party-to-party ties between the Vietnamese Communist Party and the Chinese Communist Party, and also the deep economic interdependence between China and Vietnam. Vietnam will always have to be very sensitive towards Chinese preferences and interests. But that there is a bottom line that would not come with the sacrifice of Vietnam's key security interests in the South China Sea, for example. That is really the bottom line. So I think Vietnam's positioning between the US and China is still very much in the box of hedging, with elements of balancing, especially when it comes to the situation in the South China Sea and the security, the maritime security element. And we can see that Vietnam is very calibrated and also skillful in conveying its support for the Indo Pacific construct, actually, from a very realist point of view. Balance of power, really, but in other senses, like, for example, engaging with China through multilateral platforms, deepening economic cooperation with China. I think Vietnam is still very much open to seeking a harmonious coexistence with China, despite the U.S.-China rivalry. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you all three. That affirm the general impression that it is quite difficult choice. Okay, thank you all. We have quite a few questions in the chat box. The first question from Professor Chiu. Professor Chiu, can you ask your question directly?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I really enjoyed the presentations by the speakers, and I would like to ask two questions. I think you really made a great case about the bilateral relationship between Korea and Vietnam, and I wonder, in your perspective, what would be the relationship between Vietnam and Korea compared to Vietnam to Japan? So what is Vietnam's prevailing perception on Korea and Japan? And what are some, if you have some differences, what are some of the major differences in Vietnam's perceptions toward ROK and Japan? And the other question, if I'm allowed, the other question is Vietnam's reaction and stance on AUKUS. It seems that Vietnam is a little bit different from other Southeast Asian countries in its strategic perception and reaction to AUKUS as well as Quad. So why is that? For example, why Vietnam's reaction to AUKUS is different from that of Indonesia? Thank you.
Should I take the questions now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Wang Yi, for the very good questions. On the first one about Vietnam's perceptions of its bilateral ties with Korea and Japan, if you ask any Vietnamese official and diplomat, I think they cannot say who they love more or respect more. I think Vietnam, Japan, and Korea are very much well admired and respected in Vietnam, and the importance, the economic importance of cooperation with both countries is very much appreciated by the Vietnamese government. So it is very difficult to say like which one is more important, because Japan has a lot of footprint in terms of infrastructure building, ODA, for example, but Korea is the leading investor in Vietnam as well. But if we go to the public level, I would say that Korea is quite well ahead of Japan in terms of K-pop among the youth. But Japan is also, the soft power of Japan is very much prevalent and widespread as well. If we look at the State of Southeast Asia survey, I think Japan leads well ahead of Korea in terms of its strategic weight to the Vietnamese foreign policy and security establishment. I would recommend the State of Southeast Asia survey, and you can see that. If you ask about the difference in the relations between Vietnam and US and Japan and Korea, I would say that the security content is the difference. As I mentioned earlier, Japan is much more forward-leaning in terms of strategic security cooperation with Vietnam, and it is considered as a strategic actor in Vietnam's calculus towards the regional order. I think Vietnam would see Korea more as a crucial economic partner rather than a strategic actor. With regard to the question about Vietnam's reaction and stance on AUKUS, I'm not very surprised. As I mentioned earlier, Vietnam's positioning between the US and China is a lot of it is about hedging, but there are elements of balance of power. And Vietnam has not really been shy from expressing its support for the US military presence in the region, although it is not as explicit as like in the case of the Philippines or Singapore, but increasingly I can see that Vietnam is very much forward-leaning in terms of supporting the increased US maritime presence in the region, and by extension, the interoperability and the coordination between the US and its allies and partners in the regional maritime domain. So I think compared to like countries like Indonesia and Malaysia, Vietnam is much less concerned about like the notion of neutrality, but more about the real balance of power in the regional maritime order.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next question is related and also in some way similar by Sean Hall. Can you please ask again directly? Maybe you.
Sure. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you for all the interesting presentations. May I please ask my good friends Siksan and Ha for your views on how Thailand and Vietnam actually look at the ROK engagement in the Mekong sub-region, specifically relative to China and Japan's interests or presence in the Mekong sub-region. In other words, also, what are some of the strengths that the ROK possesses, some of the niche areas that ROK has relative to China and Japan from your perspective? Thank you.
Ms. Ha, first.
Go ahead. Yeah, Sexton, please.
All right, thank you very much for your interviewing question, my respected brother Chon Ho. I would focus on the areas. Actually, in general, Thailand welcomes any kind of engagement by other key players, including India, South Korea, Australia, New Zealand, anyone that comes to the region. But I will focus more in details on the areas that Korea has more comparative advantage. First is creative economy. The Lisa's case proves us that Thailand and South Korea has shared some kind of this cooperation. Thailand has a seed and Korea has ecosystem that can grow a talent from ASEAN region to be a star, a rising star, global star. So this is what we can do, and we should expand cooperation, not just music, but it should include film, game, kind of art, even metaverse. I mean, any kind of these areas. I think this is possible, and Korea has more competitive advantage than other two countries. Second is digitalization. I have to make clear that when it comes to digitalization, there are two things that our partners have to consider. First is utilization. You have to come and test utilization. When it is clear that utilization is F is equal, then we have to decide the price. Second choice is price. So some dialogue partners companies can get this kind of project because of price. According to the government procurement, we have to choose good thing, but our are good, so we have to choose the cheapest. So this is the key point. Third, green economy. I would say that Korea has to compete with China on electric vehicles, for example, EV. This is the future, what we are moving towards. So Korea, I think, has appropriate technology that kind of build trust for Thailand. So EV can be another area. Fourth and the last one, infrastructure. Japan's always say that they promote the quality infrastructure. And I think we believe that South Korea infrastructure is quality as well. So this is the kind of things that Korea has to compete with Japan. So these are the 4 areas that I think Korea should rethink and come with more strategic actions. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Huang?
I kind of agree with a lot of the points that were mentioned by Sisan. I would think that Vietnam is very much interested in functional development cooperation with Korea. I cannot say much about other Mekong regions, Mekong countries, but as far as Vietnam is concerned, Vietnam is very much worried about the climate change impact in the Mekong Delta in the south of Vietnam, which accounts for 50% of Vietnam's rice production and around 70% of Vietnam aquaculture and high value fruit production. So if I may just list the 4 areas, priority areas that the Vietnamese Prime Minister mentioned in Vietnam in his speech about Korea-Mekong cooperation. The first one is smart agriculture development through experience sharing and technological transfer. And the second is high quality human resource development. And the third is climate change adaptation and management of natural resources. And of course, if we look at the broader economic landscape, then infrastructure will come next, and also digitalization, ICT. But I would think that in terms of connectivity infrastructure, Korea is still very much behind China and Japan in this game.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, Dr. Lan have an interesting question for panelists, actually related to all 3 countries. Dr. Lan, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This is a question for my dear friend, Han. We have been talking about political change and democratization of Korea since 1987. Can one make an argument that a soft power of Korea, of Republic of Korea, it's a very successful transition, political transition, non-violent. Of course, there's a Gwangju, Gwangju uprising in 1980, but generally, when we look at the outcome, South Korea is a solidly successful liberal democracy, despite all its social contestation, class conflict, and so on. But generally, it is a very stable democracy, unlike some other countries in Southeast Asia. I shouldn't mention the names of the Southeast Asian countries which have struggled with a political transition, some making U-turns. So I'm not saying any countries. So Han, can South Korea and Saksan, do you think South Korea can be a point of reference in terms of political model? It's not that any country can clone any country. We cannot. All of us do not have a blank sheet of paper. There's path dependency. We start from somewhere, not of our own choosing. But can, for the Mekong countries, South Korea be a frame of reference and inspiration for a political change? South Korea had the Seoul Olympics 1988, and then it democratized very impressively and very well. So my question to you, Han, is Myanmar. Unfortunately, we didn't have time. We didn't have someone from Myanmar. Myanmar is pretty much one of the countries of Mekong. It is an ASEAN member, one of the ASEAN 10. We have been talking about Seoul's very practical, pragmatic, strategic ambiguity. But when it comes to regime change in Southeast Asia, does Seoul, also adopt ASEAN's bad habit of non-interference? I mean, look at what happened in Myanmar. It's an absolute disgrace for ASEAN, okay? Sorry, you came from ASEAN Secretariat before. So, it's like the 3 monkeys, see no evil, speak no evil, hear no evil when we talk about each other, right? So I'm not quite sure when we talk about ASEAN centrality, can we be totally oblivious about good governance? don't let me even utter the shuddered word of liberal democracy and so on, because there are different opinions and different interests in ASEAN. But Republic of Korea is a democracy, sterling democracy, very impressive, have done very well compared to European liberal democracies. And I think South Korea have even done better than the United States, being a liberal democracy. I don't care, I'll say in front of all the Americans.
Dr. Lam, ask your question.
So I'll quickly end by saying that, has Republic of Korea expressed any interest or any policies towards, let's say, coup d'etats in any of the ASEAN countries? No? In Myanmar, Aung San Suu Kyi, the icon of democracy, painted icon of democracy, had been in detention. You know, Republic of Korea, New Southern Policy Plus. You keep quiet. You say anything. What about policy, regime change in other Mekong countries? Thank you.
Yeah, the Pinger give me another, big question. Yeah, as you know, there is hundreds different kinds of the definition of democracy, but my personal belief is that the liberal democracy and the capitalist economic development is the other side of the same token. So that's why South Koreans fight very seriously for achieving the liberal democracy in their society. Pinger, you misunderstood that the South Korean democratization process is quite peaceful and smooth. No, not necessarily. It was quite violent and turbulent. So many people were sacrificed, as you know, in the case of the Gangju incident. It's not at all, to be peaceful or the unilateral one. So I mean, you need linear, development. Anyway, so okay, basically, South Korean government has refrained itself from mentioning about the democratic issue, human rights issue in other states, because it is, the states and the peoples of the states has the primary responsibility to decide on their type of the governments and the political regime. However, nowadays I think, but I don't think South Korean have actively involved in the political affairs in other states, such as a military coup like that. However, South Korea is very concerned with human rights administration in the world. So if South Korean people and government believe that there occurs kind of the huge humanitarian disaster, such as mass killing or the genocide, something like that, then I think South Korean people or the government are ready to raise these questions, okay, explicitly to address these questions. So basically, the democracy, to achieve democracy is the responsibility of the state leaders, political leaders, and the citizens in those countries. That's what I believe about the democracy. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That sounds like very much like an ASEAN way as well. So, success, please.
Right. Thank you very much. I would like to remind you that a key lesson from the Gwangju incident is that democracy begins at home. It cannot be succeeded with any kind of foreign intervention or actions on outside powers. So its own people have to build its own democracy. I think this is important. And it seems that in case of Thailand, I have not heard that Korean government has expressed kind of comments on the Thai government. Even the visit of President Moon Jae-in, he came in 2019. Actually, the policy announced in 2017, but he came in 19. I guess that perhaps he was waiting for the election. At least there is a fundamental of engaging with Southeast Asian countries. For the case of some countries, other countries, I think Korea has a line. If you cross this line, we cannot endure and we have to express our opinion. So perhaps Professor Choi can reply on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ms. Huang, Dr. Lan didn't directly address the question to you, but I think it's equally relevant to Vietnam. Can you elaborate?
What is the question about? Is that about the democracy building agenda?
Human rights.
Human rights.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I have to look deeper into the materials, but I think Korea has been quite a very unique unique bridge between the Western democracy model and also the Asian civilization, East Asian civilization as well. So it has been quite a soft-spoken speaker on issues like human rights or democracy. But I think it also depends very much on the domestic politics in Korea, the ruling party, for example. I think the Moon administration has been quite surprisingly explicit and outspoken in condemning the coup in Myanmar, and also in cutting the aid, because it is, I think, the second largest aid provider for Myanmar, and it did cut off the aid to the military junta regime immediately after the coup. It has much to do, I think, with the progressive democratic credentials of the current ruling government as well. With regard to Korea, the human rights issue between Vietnam and in Vietnam-Korea bilateral ties, as far as I know, I don't see it as a problem at all. I mean, Vietnam and Korea are both East Asian countries and Confucianist country. Well, I don't try to overestimate the significance of cultural influence, but I think in dealing with Vietnam as a communist one ruling party, Korea understands much better than the US and Western countries in not really trying to antagonize.
Yeah, Ms. Huang, may I just press a little bit more on that issue about this ideological thing? How US is planning to hold a conference of democracies. Obviously, Vietnam is also going to be excluded. What kind of strategy Vietnam is adopting, trying to head off potential criticism from in this area from Western countries or democratic countries. China is in the heat of this, but I would imagine Vietnam also is quite conscious that they may be dragged into this mess. Can you tell something on that?
Yes, ideological difference used to be, I think, the most contentious issue between Vietnam-US relations, especially in the 1990s, early 1990s, and even into 2000s. There is a lot of distrust and mistrust and even a sense of paranoia, especially on the part of the Vietnamese ruling elite with regard to like the notion of Velvet Revolution and all that. But I think increasingly with the deepening of economic interdependence, the US is the biggest export market for Vietnamese goods. And also with I think with the increasing strategic alignment, convergence of security interests, especially in the maritime domain, the South China Sea issue, and also a lot of people-to-people exchanges between Vietnam and the US. We have a big Vietnamese community in the US after the war. So all of these elements have contributed to a dramatic diminution of political distrust between the two countries and governments. I think the Vietnamese government has somehow come to terms with the fact that human rights and democracy, especially human rights, increasingly less as the democracy issue because of the Washington's assurance that, you know, we are not going to seek regime change, and that is a very important assurance. But I think human rights continues to be an issue in bilateral relations, especially given the nature and the U.S. politics with the Congress as well, and a lot of human rights groups. So we cannot avoid that, but I'm sure that human rights is not the single defining issue of Vietnam-U.S. relations anymore.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. We're almost run out of time. Last question, let's give to Professor Cho.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'd like to add a quick point about Korean government's reaction to Myanmar. I mean, for the last 9 months since the outbreak of the coup, Korean government has made in several times a very strong statement and condemnation about the military coup, and asked for the return to the constitutional order. And also Korean government made a very strong statement about the implementation of the 5-point consensus. This is unprecedented. Korean government has never made a condemnation about military coup in ASEAN countries. So, and also Korean government has been very sensitive about the human rights conditions of Rohingya people. So I would say that, as I pointed out before, NSP is an evolving framework. So from that, I mean, until now, NSP has only 3 pillars: peace, prosperity, and people. Now we have the 4th pillar, the value aspect, value-oriented diplomacy of NSP. So the Korean government is making a very a lot of active effort on the part of the human rights, democracy, issues of human rights, democracy, and migration as well. So this is also a reflection of the pressure from the US. I mean, the agreement made between President Moon and Biden last May. So I would expect that the Korean government is going to be more proactive on this front down the road. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Professor Park, you raised your hand last minute. Please be brief.
So I would like to, respond to Dr. Sekan and Dr. Hong. So very briefly, okay, first of all, as you know, the Dr. Sekan, you pointed out that the South Korean people and businessmen, when they come to, ASEAN countries, they try to, pursue their businesses, run their business based upon their own cultural values or something like that. So, I think, the NSPP should be pursued on the principles of mutual understanding and mutual interest. I think that is very important. I think you raised very important question about the in the process of the implementation of NSPP. And then, I would like to clarify my point that, South Korea needs to, diversify its investment and ODA project from Vietnam to other ASEAN country. So that does not necessarily mean that the Vietnam should become the less important to South Korea. Vietnam will still, continue to remain, the important, one of the most important economic and the geopolitical, maybe, the partner in ASEAN country. But by diversification, South Korea can contribute more evenly to the development of ASEAN countries. That's my point. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. We will have to close the session. I think we all agree that we have had a three very good presentations and stimulating discussions. I like the panel, that brings together different perspectives. That's always, I can learn a lot. I learned a lot from this. Please join me, thank our panelists.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished scholars and guests. Welcome back to our afternoon session, which is on the NSPP and the maritime states. I think in the morning we had a very good discussion about the NSPP in general and also its impact in the Mekong sub-region area. And we know that for Southeast Asia, sometimes we divide it into two parts, the maritime and also continental, or sometimes we call it Mekong region. So I think in the afternoon is, I think it's time for us to review the impact on upon the maritime states in Southeast Asia plus India, which is another great power in the Indo Pacific area, and also included by the Koreans NSPP. So when we talk about maritime states in Southeast Asia, basically we are talking about 4 states, usually. The Philippines, Indonesia, Singapore, and Malaysia. So today I think we have 5 panelists for this session. I think they are going to look at some of these countries plus India. Yeah, of course, we know that India is a giant in the region. So how can South Korea handle the relationship with India itself? I think it's very, very interesting, and to me, it's a bit also challenging. So today we have actually 5 panelists. The first is Dr. Georgine Zhang from Indian Council of World Affairs. He's in India, in Delhi now. So thank you, John, for joining us. Next is Dr. Yandri Kurniawan and Ms. Resi Kurata Aini from the University of Indonesia. So of course, they are going to talk about the relationship between Indonesia and Korea. Next will be Mr. Shang Ho from the Rajaram School of International Studies, Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. He will basically talk about the relationship between Singapore and AUKUS. Last but not least will be Professor Kim Hyun Jung from the Yonsei University in Korea. He will talk about the relationship between South Korea and Malaysia. So I think we have 5 excellent panelists. So without further ado, I'd like to pass the Zoom to Dr. Zhang from India. So he will share with us his perspective. So for each panelist, actually, presentation is about 15 minutes to be followed by questions and answers. So Dr. Zhang, please.
Thank you, Professor Chen. At the outset, I would like to thank Professor Lam and the Korea Center for giving me this opportunity. My topic for the presentation is India-South Korea between Indian and Pacific Oceans, overlapping Act East policy and the new Southern Policy Plus. India-South Korea relations have gone from strength to strength over the past 3 decades. The upgradation of the status of the bilateral relations from a long-term cooperative partnership for peace and prosperity in 2004 to strategic partnership in 2010 and special strategic partnership in 2015 is reflective of the steady progress in the bilateral relations. It has evolved to become a comprehensive and multidimensional. The convergence of economic interests, economic complementarities, interests in their respective outlook towards international order have been the key drivers of the bilateral relations between the two countries. well, often not recognize the benign international order of the post-Cold War period, featuring globalization, regional integration, and minimal geopolitical tension provided a favorable environment for strengthening of bilateral relations. The return of geopolitics as a dominant framework for thinking and practicing international relations, as many of the previous speakers have mentioned, featuring rebalancing and deglobalization in recent years, and accelerated by the COVID-19 pandemic, featuring heightened geopolitical tension and great power rivalry, is a major challenge to the foreign policies of many countries in the region. And it is also an important challenge for the bilateral relationship between India and Korea. And that's a context in which I will locate my presentation. So, well, for the ASEAN audience who are not so aware of the India-Korea relations, to give what I'll try to do in my presentation is to give a historical context and of India-Korea relations to understand where does the relationship is emerging from and where it is going. I will briefly touch upon the historical context, and we'll also try to locate the current developments in India-Korea relations. In my presentation, I will also try to put a brief perspective on the way forward by locating convergence in India's Actis or Indo Pacific vision, Korea's New Southern Policy and New Southern Policy Plus initiatives. A brief background. The modern relationship between India and Korea began with New Delhi's engagement in the Korean Peninsula in the context of the Korean War. Well, India was engaged with the Korean Peninsula issues even before the war, but during the war, it played an important role, particularly in the United Nations, and also, well, trying to mediate between the two sides, particularly between China and the United States. And it's also played an important role as the chairman of the new Neutral Nations Repatriation Commission, and also sent a medical mission. Well, during the Cold War period, New Delhi adopted an equidistance approach in maintaining its relationship with Pyongyang, and so throughout the Cold War period, New Delhi established, I mean, this has been reflected in the simultaneous establishment of consular relationship in the early 1960s or the diplomatic relations in the 1970s. So even though the two countries, South Korea and India, established a diplomatic relationship in the 70s, the Cold War geopolitical context and the diverging models of economic development was a stumbling block in adding substance to the relationship. In the 1990s, so an important picking up of momentum in India-Korea relations, and particularly brought about by structural changes at the end of Cold War, India's economic reforms, and the foreign policy complementarities between India's AUKUS policy, which began in the early 1990s, and also Korea's, well, Seikeva, or the globalization-driven foreign policy. So Korea was, in the early 90s, when it introduced the AUKUS policy, Korea was an important target of India's AUKUS policy. And, well, it also witnessed New Delhi's departure from its Cold War equidistance policy, by strengthening more relationship with Seoul, not abandoning, but giving less priority to its relationship with Pyongyang for obvious reasons. During this period, the key driver of the relationship was, in particular, the Korean private companies. And so it was the private or the commercial-driven engagement that was prominent at that particular phase. But since in mid-2000s, there has been a growing momentum, particularly the governments between the two governments becoming important actors in terms of taking up the relationship. And the high point of that momentum was signing of a strategic partnership agreement in 2010 during the visit of Korean President Lee Myung-bak to India as a chief guest of Republic Day celebration in 2010. Well, it's driven by the growing profile of India and Korea in the international affairs, particularly India's image as an emerging or rising power, followed by 2 decades of impressive economic growth, and Korea's emergence as a middle power in the global affairs. And in particular, the G20 emergence of G20, and both are members of G20, in particular in the global governance context of the post-2008 financial crisis, provide a new narrative to the context of the bilateral relationship. And key features of the relationship during this phase has been consolidation of political relationship through the frequent high-level visits, institutionalization of bilateral mechanisms. A relationship acquired a comprehensive character, moving away from a commercial economic agenda to include defense, security, science and technology, infrastructure, etc. Well, the phase also witnessed a furthering of economic relationship with the signing of a free trade agreement, or the Safe Comprehensive Economic Partnership, in 2009. Well, and as I mentioned, the key moment, or the pivotal moment of the relationship was the signing of the Strategic Partnership Agreement in 2010. Going forward, the visit of Prime Minister Modi to Korea in 2015 provided a new impetus to India-Korea bilateral relations. During this visit, the status of the bilateral relation was upgraded to special strategic partnership, as mentioned. India's reaching out to Korea was also reflective of Modi government's reinvigorated approach to Indian foreign policy that aimed at enhancing India's regional and global profile. The renaming of Look East to Act East policy, well, many would debate what is the context, but it's also, if not in substance, but also in rhetoric, it was a pivotal shift in India's East Asian engagement. Seoul complemented New Delhi's approach with a reinvigorated India policy under President Moon with the announcement of a new Southern policy in 2017 under the vision of Northeast Asia Plus, in an attempt to elevate New Delhi's status in Korean foreign policy along with ASEAN on par with that of the traditional partners, the four major powers. President Moon's visit to India in 2018 was a critical moment in driving this narrative forward. Prime Minister Modi's visit to Korea in 2019 helped to sustain the narrative of the India-Korea relations through the meeting of the Act East policy and Korea's New Southern policy. Well, to elaborate a little bit, the increased level of political interaction has been the key feature of the relationship, particularly between Prime Minister Modi and President Moon. They met 8 times over a span of 4 years, including the meetings on, of course, on the sidelines of multilateral diplomatic events. Another important and a key feature of the special strategic partnership has been the development of defense and security partnership, in particularly in the defense industrial sector. The growing defense diplomacy, the convergence of interests in maritime security, further enhance the scope of India-Korea security partnership. In this regard, the signing of a military logistical agreement in 2019 and the conclusion of a defense partnership roadmap in 2020 has been significant development. Well, the recent years under special strategic partnership, the economic and the developmental partnership has also seen a key momentum. Well, if one were to compare it with the Korean investment in India with that of ASEAN, I mean, the Korean investment in India is in comparison is very less. Another important feature of India-Korea relations in the recent years has been the emphasis accorded to improve the visibility and the historical and cultural ties between two countries. Well, it is also part and parcel of the Modi government's agenda to push for the cultural agenda in the foreign policy, India's foreign policy in the recent years. So this has also been reflected, but this visibility aspect is not just was the effort of the government, but also was the growing influence of the Korean pop culture and the attraction of Korean pop culture in the Indian, particularly among the Indian youth, and in particular in the northeast part of India. Well, as mentioned before, the benign international environment in the post-Cold War period was a major factor in the development of India-Korea relations. in the return of geopolitics in global politics, mainly in the context of China's rise, US-China strategic competition, the realignment of the relationship between countries in the region is complicating the bilateral context. The emergence of Indo Pacific reflects a changing strategic environment in Asia. While there are differences in India's conception of Indo Pacific vis-a-vis US or the other countries which are promoting the Indo Pacific narrative, the New Delhi has been at the forefront in promoting the Indo Pacific regional construct, at least since 2015. It has emerged to become New Delhi's framework to understand the development in maritime Asia and to locate its place in it. In this regard, Prime Minister Modi articulated India's vision of Indo-Pacific in his speech in 2018 in Shangri-La Dialogue, with emphasis on the rules-based international order, adherences to international law, inclusivity, ASEAN centrality, and emphasis on peaceful resolution of disputes in the region. In a follow-up step in 2019, again, in the ASEAN meetings, Modi announced the Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative as a practical step in taking forward India's vision of Indo-Pacific. India has been using this framework to promote its vision of the region by strengthening bilateral, multilateral, and minilateral cooperation. The pandemic and the India-China border conflict in the summer of 2020 provided, and I would say an urgency in terms of India to push further ahead with the Indo-Pacific framework. This trend has also been reflected in India's closer strategic relationship, particularly with maritime democracies, including US, Japan, Australia, France, and some of the ASEAN countries, and the promotion of mini-lateral groupings like Quad, India, Japan, France, trilateral, like many trilateral dialogues with US and without US. Also, coalitions like supply chain resilience, issue-based coalitions, including Japan and Australia. While talking about Indian foreign policy in the context of Indo-Pacific, it is important to highlight, well, there is a lot of misperception or misunderstanding, of course, obvious reasons, because of the fluid nature of the narrative of Indo-Pacific. It is also important to highlight the emphasis on the ideas of strategic autonomy, the multi-alignment, issue-based or interest-based coalition has been articulated in the Indian foreign policy. Notwithstanding the evolution in Korea's approach to regional security, about which Professor Cho and others have touched upon during their remarks, Seoul continue to maintain ambiguity on its concept, on the concept of Indo-Pacific or its approach to Indo-Pacific. This ambiguity can be seen in the absence of an articulation of its position or an endorsement of the concept. Korea's attempt to maintain distance from Indo-Pacific concept is equally reflected in its cautious approach towards a US-led minilateral, for that matter, any minilateral format of the region, including Quad or initiatives like economic prosperity, clean network initiatives, or US-led or non-US-led. So while both countries are facing growing compulsions of geopolitics in making their foreign policy choices, India's appeared to be driven by, or the priority of the Indian foreign policy has been security considerations in its approach to the regional approach. In particular, recent years, I think this has become more evident in the aftermath of India-China border clash in the summer of 2020. On the other hand, Korea is keeping a low profile in security issues and prioritize on functional and economic and developmental cooperation. While it's understandable that each country's positions, but it's also causing gaps in perceptions, expectations, and the differences in priorities. So that's the evolving context of India-Korea bilateral relations. Well, where do we go forward? I mean, the COVID-19 pandemic, not only causing health and economic crisis, accelerated the regional political fault lines. I've also brought about a new context to India-Korea relations. Notwithstanding the disruption, the post-pandemic development have also created opportunities for bilateral relations as the two countries are reprioritizing the national development policy. India through its Atmanirbhar Bharat or self-resilience, self-reliance policy, or Korea's New Deal policy. To take advantages opportunities in new and the emerging areas, it is important to establish sectoral dialogues. For instance, it is highly recommended to establish India-Korea dialogues on digital technology, maritime security, green technology, reliable and resilient supply chains. As illustrated, the geopolitics will be a major factor in framing the narrative of India-Korea relations going forward, considering the speed at which the regional developments are evolving. The possibilities are high for misperception. The real challenge in managing or taking the relationship forward is managing perceptions and expectation gaps through accurate understanding of each other's concepts, perspectives, and sentiments. Well, actually, the situation calls for strengthening the strategic and policy communication between the two countries through dialogues at multiple levels. While the COVID has created a challenge in terms of the communication at multiple levels, as I suppose, well, we will resume in new virtual platforms in this direction. While the narrative of framing of each other's regional approach might appear to be diverging, however, in substance, India-Korea share significantly in their respective visions of regional order and face similar challenges, facing similar challenges. The significant convergence on both countries' international outlook includes their quest for strategic autonomy, diversification, rule-based international order, and resilient supply chain. The vision of a regional order based on ASEAN centrality is also a point of convergence between India and Korea, and has been the meeting ground for the Act East policy and the New Southern policy. The New Delhi and Seoul has been actively engaging in regional institutions centered in ASEAN and have shared interest in strengthening ASEAN unity and centrality to withstand the pressures of great power geopolitics. Both countries have scaled up their engagement, capacity building, and connectivity projects in ASEAN, particularly in the Mekong region. Given the complementarities in their experience, expertise, and capabilities, the India-Korea partnership will add value to the shared goal of ASEAN-centric regional integration process and the ASEAN centrality in the emerging regional order. The scope of India-Korea regional partnership can also be extended to other sub-regions, including the Indian Ocean region. India-Korea third country partnership in the Pacific Islands is also an idea worth exploring. As the third and fourth largest economies in Asia, Korea and India are well placed to work to build a network of middle power countries or middle power initiatives. In this regard, much has been said about the importance of building a middle power narrative in the context of or challenging or put an alternative to the great power dominant narrative in the regional order context. In this regard, it is suggested to explore the possibilities of setting up trilateral and minilateral dialogues with potential partners in Southeast Asia and also in Oceania on regional and global issues. Cooperation in multilateral relations is an important area of cooperation. It is also suggested to have Korea's participation in Indian initiatives like the International Solar Alliance lead it, the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, Information Fusion, and Center for Indian Ocean region. The issues addressed by these new Indian initiatives are also agendas identified under the New Southern Policy Plus framework, particularly under the Sustainable Peace and Security pillar. The defense partnership has emerged as an important pillar of the India-Korea special strategic partnership with India and Korea, sharing the objective of seeking defense autonomy. In the long term, both countries have a greater incentive to advance from the current phase of defense partnership, focusing on joint production to joint design, development, and R&D of various weapon systems. A big ticket joint defense project will invariably raise the profile of India-Korea relations strategic partnership. While the India, Professor Chen, how I am placed with the time?
Yeah, I think you should conclude your presentation within
Yeah, sure.
two minutes.
Just 1 minute.
Yeah, okay.
With the India-Korea economic relations on a sound footing, the trend of growing bilateral trade deficit and stagnating Indian exports to Korea has emerged to become an increasing concern for the Indian side. Given that it's a structural issue which is difficult to solve, it is important to approach the issue with a different mindset, not to make it an issue that could sabotage the overall narrative of the relationship. In this regard, it is suggested that India need to recognize Korea as an important partner with the potential to enhance India's manufacturing and export than a country with trade deficit, while Korea should recognize that India will become a G3 country in the future, and undertaking such a perspective would make the India-Korea SEPA negotiation, which is currently underway, more conducive and congenial. Of course, the future of India-Korea relations would significantly depend on the people-to-people connectivity, which needs to be encouraged through building strong physical, cultural, and institutional connectivity. This would help better awareness of Indians amongst the Koreans and vice versa, given the fact that this is an important agenda articulated under the New Southern Foreign Policy. Plus, could be an overlapping. It's an overlapping agenda between the Act East policy and the New Southern Policy Plus. I'll stop here and looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jiang, for your comprehensive analysis of this strategic relationship between India and South Korea. Our next two speakers are Dr. Yandri Kurniawan and Ms. Resi Kurata Aini from the University of Indonesia. Dr. Kurniawan and Ms. Aini, please.
Thank you, Dr. Chen. I would like to share my presentation PowerPoint. Okay, thank you very much. First of all, we would like to warmly thank the Korea Center at East Asian Institute of the National University of Singapore and Korea Foundation for organizing this conference. And we also like to thank Dr. Lam for inviting and presenting us an opportunity to be here today in this prestigious occasion. Selamat siang, Ibu dan Bapak. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the topic of our speech today. And this is the outline of our presentation, collaboratively prepared by my colleague, Resi Kurata Aini and me. First of all, I would like to start with this simple data to represent various other data showing the so-called ASEAN promise, which has attracted the world attention due to its vibrant economic growth and development. However, this reminds us of Malay proverb paraphrased by Amitav Acharya a decade ago, that the grass suffers not only when the elephant fight, but also when they make love, they say. And this proverb seems still and even more and will be continuously relevant in describing the complexity of ASEAN countries in midst of rivalries between major global powers in the region. If the United States has initiated pivot to Asia since 2011, China has widened its economic and strategic influence by such as Belt and Road Initiative, the ASEAN Infrastructure Investment Bank, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, the Trilateral Declaration of Australia, the United Kingdom, and United States, or AUKUS recently, and previously the Indo Pacific Quadrilateral, also strengthened the regional pressures. And for us, South Korea and Indonesia are two middle powers in the region. Both have interlinking interests to safeguard regional stability and try to expand their relevance and influence through cooperation with other countries in the region. Now let me turn to the short, brief relation between Indonesia and South Korea. Indonesia and South Korea are strategic partners which have developed diplomatic relations since 1973. However, far before accrediting ambassadors to each other, South Korea had opened a consulate general in 1966, followed by Indonesia, which opened a consulate general in Seoul 2 years later. For 55 years in these bilateral relations, various fields of cooperation has been developed, such as, among others, economics, infrastructure, and even defense. Based on Indonesia and South Korea of a half-century's relations, we recommend two strategies: optimizing the memberships in G20 as the engine which move the ASEAN economic, and also optimizing strategic element in the new Southern Policy Plus. Through this strategy, we perceive that Indonesia and South Korea each other as well as widen its influence in the global south without having to be stuck in the center of major global power rivalry in the region. For the G20 itself, it was initiated in 1999. The formation of G20 is a way to accelerate global economic recovery after the economic crisis of 1997. G20 membership consists of a combination of developed and developing countries. With this large contribution, it is unsurprisingly, if large hopes are placed on G20, more than as a forum to discuss economic problems, but also as an engine to move global economic growth, especially to strengthen economies in developing countries. Now, Indonesia and South Korea are 2 out of 7 countries categorized by ASEAN Development Bank as the engine of Asian century. Regardless of several critics addressed toward the effectiveness and the eroding multilateralism in G20, it can be denied that being the only Southeast Asian country with G20 membership is a privilege for Indonesia. Indonesia and South Korea have several things to maximize. By being G20 members, Indonesia and South Korea not only will be able to deliver their interests more directly in global forum, but also has bigger opportunity to deliver the interests of developing countries in the G20 forum. Indonesia specifically, and other countries in general, can learn from South Korea's experience to avoid middle income trap, for example, and make a joint program to help other Asian countries. Indeed, both countries can cooperate as an engine of Asian economy. Indonesian presidency in G20 can be suitable momentum to maximize these roles by using the right to decide discussion agenda that will be the priority in the G20 summit. Now let me turn to say something about the NSPPlus. From the beginning, NSP has been a part of South Korean geopolitical strategy. NSP represents South Korea's ambitions as a middle power, which tries to widen its strategic scope by taking a bigger role and investment in the global society. However, in our limited experience and knowledge concerning this regard, the security aspect, which is a critical part of geopolitical strategy, seems to be blurry and not really accommodated within the NSP. Now we have new Southern Policy Plus adds cooperation in strengthening international security and peace. We suggest that an NSP and NSP Plus should support and empower existing security cooperation framework in the region, something like ASEAN Regional Forum. Even though the ASEAN Regional Forum is not immune from criticism regarding its character, those weaknesses are in some ways considered as the strength of the ASEAN Regional Forums. ASEAN characters and working culture reflected the ASEAN Regional Forum makes no one would see the forum as a kind of military alliance that may threaten the interests of any competing side or try to distort strategic relations with other countries. ASEAN Regional Forum is considered as an institutional solution for a collective action problem which emerged in the post-Cold War Asia-Pacific region. Even our colleagues like Ki Hyun Bai from Sogang University even goes further that ASEAN in fact could be as a platform for spreading liberalism. Not easy, but there is a way to do that. By this brief review, we think it is not exaggerated to say that the political situation in the Asia-Pacific in the last 30 years does not produce new regional political security architectures better than ASEAN Regional Forum, despite all the critics and disappointments toward it. Instead, some emerging initiatives broke the damaging perception toward regional security political stability, such as the exclusive and alienating the Quadrilateral Indo Pacific, as well as the recent controversial AUKUS, which apparently, hopefully not, initiate a massive arms race in the region. The spirit and aspiration of East Asian security cooperation are far from those mini alliances. Paul Evans, for instance, in his keynote speech in Universitas Indonesia last month, very sympathetically reminded us that the aspiration and spirit of East Asian security cooperation after the Cold War, which is to build something that would be inclusive, that wouldn't build around alliances, but build around new coalition of willing and open to all to join. It is an open regionalism, as is in common, cooperative, and comprehensive security. Now, we think it is normal that great powers are easily dissatisfied with the existing mechanism. However, also in our opinions, it is the responsibility of middle powers in the region to take roles of safeguarding, maintaining, empowering, and probably promoting the existing political security architecture, something like ASEAN Regional Forum. By the end of the day, most of great powers that compete in the region are extra-regional powers. When regional dynamics no longer suit their interests, they may easily leave the region. But we, the Asian state, will remain here. We do not have a choice or even privilege to leave the region, as the extra-regional power have repeatedly done. So it seems like what Pak Mahathir Mohamad stated more than 3 decades ago would serve well as a sincere reminder that trust does not come easily to us in view of our past experience. With that, as a closing remark, we see that South Korea and Indonesia as middle powers, that they do not have a material capability or status recognition as major powers have. As a result, strengthening cooperation between fellow middle powers and engaging global southern countries are the most possible strategies that can be pursued by Indonesia and South Korea to expand the influence in needs of major global power rivalry in the region. By benefiting from the G20 memberships and enhancing the strategic element in New Southern Policy Plus, by especially in our idea, synergizing them with the ASEAN Regional Forum, Indonesia and South Korea can pursue the global ambitions as a middle powers and expand the influence while maintaining good relations with the global major powers in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kurniawan, for your insights on the close relationship between Indonesia and Korea. Our next speaker is Mr. Sheng Ho from the Rajanam School of International Studies of the NTU in Singapore. Mr. Ho, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to say firstly, thank you to Dr. Lam and the Korea Center for inviting me to this inaugural conference. My topic is actually on Singaporean perspective on the NSPPlus outreach efforts towards ASEAN. I prepared a couple of pages of talking points, but quite a few of the points have already been mentioned by the speakers before. So I'll try to deviate from that and try to add in some of my own new items as well, in addition to what I have for the paper. So I've been following ASEAN-ROK and Singapore-ROK relations for about a decade or so. And I think it's fair to conclude that really under the NSP and NSPPlus, ASEAN-ROK and Singapore-ROK relations have been elevated to a much higher level. But also I would like to point out that, whatever goes up can come down, and, work needs to be done to keep relations high, which is why, I'm going to talk about some of the suggestions perhaps later on in my presentation on how we can continue to maintain or improve these relations. So briefly, in terms of my presentation, I will talk about a Singaporean perspective on assessing the NSP and NSPPlus outreach efforts towards ASEAN and its member states. I think the high point really came in the 2019 commemorative summit in Busan between ASEAN and ROK. And there were a lot of plans, there were a lot of agreements, but then this unexpected COVID-19 pandemic happened and really, delayed a lot of these efforts. So without the pandemic, who knows, we could have been even at a higher point in ASEAN-ROK relations, but that's beyond our control. And of course, I think it was alluded to in some of the presentations before, there are also questions among ASEAN experts about whether the NSPPlus will actually continue under the next Korean president, under the next Korean government in May next year. I'll address some of these questions and concerns as well, and also provide my own take on it, and look at how bilateral and multilateral cooperation can be enhanced in the future. So the first section I'm going to talk about is really the New Southern Policy and New Southern Policy Plus. I think a large part of it has to go down to President Moon's personal interest and commitment to push ASEAN-Korea relations to a much higher level. I still remember when the NSP came out in 2017, and then after that 2018 and 2019 at RSIS, we received a lot of initiatives to cooperate with Korean think tanks, all the major think tanks in Korea on various workshops related to the NSP, about ASEAN. So there was really a big push, and my point is that when the president himself has a strong emphasis in a particular direction, it filters down to the ministries, to the think tanks, to the media, and you can really see the impact of that. I think Siksan has already talked about some of the achievements of President Moon's term, for example, sending a special envoy to ASEAN, etc. One thing I would like to add also is that the third commemorative summit in Busan in 2019, that made ROK the only dialogue partner of ASEAN to have hosted 3 commemorative summits with ASEAN. So that itself is an achievement. And also in light of the COVID pandemic, I think ROK's support for ASEAN has to also be appreciated. They have contributed $6 million US dollars so far to the COVID-19 ASEAN Response Fund, as well as other medical supplies, supporting vaccine multilateralism, and also, in future, they will become a global vaccine production hub, especially with their own vaccines. So the second part of my presentation, I will talk briefly about the NSP versus the NSPPlus. What are some of the similarities and differences that I've observed? And also, in some ways, the NSPPlus, because it came about just before the pandemic, a lot of it could not have been rolled out as much as it was planned to be. So NSPPlus has 3 pillars. I think everybody knows about that. And I think it's very clear that the Moon government really envisioned a bigger role for ASEAN and its member states to play on the Korean Peninsula peace process, effectively between North and South Korea, especially given the fact that all 10 ASEAN countries have diplomatic relations with both the North and the South. Now the number is 9, of course, because Malaysia-North Korea relations were severed earlier in March this year. But nonetheless, 9 out of 10 is still a significant number, with some countries having very long-lasting relations with both sides. Even today, with the pandemic and Pyongyang being more or less on lockdown in terms of its borders, there are still some ASEAN embassies active in Pyongyang, despite many of the European or Western embassies already leaving. So that is a sign of the kind of connection that we have. Talking about the NSP as well, I think there has been a noticeable emphasis on security and defense industrial cooperation. For example, ROK and Indonesia, they collaborated on the development of a fighter jet. ROK and Thailand, they had a General Security of Military Information Agreement, GSOMIA. These are also signs that the NSP has also brought fruits, in terms of its implementation. And I think separately as well, ROK has always shown great support for ASEAN Centrality and also the ASEAN Master Plan of Connectivity. I think these are very important gestures that is appreciated by the ASEAN side. And also the ASEAN Smart Cities Network, ROK has also expressed its interest. In fact, they chose Kota Kinabalu as its partner city for the ASEAN Smart Cities Network under the NSP and signed an MOU with Malaysia on this. Moreover, ROK has also organized the ASEAN Connectivity Forum that allows ASEAN member states to interact with the Korean private sector on connectivity projects, and has joined the RCEP, which in itself is a major boost to regional economic integration. Moving on to the NSPPlus, it's also noteworthy that the 3 pillars of the NSP, the 3 Ps, have somewhat been replaced by 7 initiatives under the NSPPlus. Of course, there are different interpretations of what exactly this means, but my own take on this is that it seems like the peace pillar in general has been renamed or even subsumed under a broader category of transnational cooperation for the fostering of safety and peace under the NSPPlus. Okay, quite a lot of words there, but let me try to go through it. I sense that perhaps, in ASEAN, as ASEAN members here are familiar, we don't really like to go too much into hard security issues involving the military. There's always been a preference for non-traditional security issues. And perhaps this feedback from ASEAN and its member states to the ROK that, ASEAN tends to focus on non-traditional security issues, there perhaps is a limited role for ASEAN to play in getting North Korea to denuclearize. Yes, we have diplomatic relations, but our influence cannot be compared perhaps to some of the major powers like the US and China in terms of making a key breakthrough in North Korea US relations. That could be one interpretation why the peace pillar, so-called, has been kind of downplayed or replaced with other sort of less military or security issues. Another possibility is that the NSPPlus came about in 2020, late last year. And as you all know, there were 2 summits between the US and North Korea. The second one didn't go well. And after that, there has really been a impasse or deadlock and lack of progress on that. And also perhaps because of that, the NSPPlus has said that, okay, maybe we should focus on other more tangible aspects that we can work together with ASEAN. This is also supported by the fact that the DPRK foreign minister has not participated in the last 3 ASEAN regional forums. I wrote an op-ed with my good friend Siksan on this. So it really brings to the question of what is the role of the ARF in engaging North Korea. And more importantly, that doesn't mean that we give up and we don't work anymore to engage North Korea. It's trying to reinvent or reinvigorate the energy, because it is clear that North Korea is comfortable with ASEAN and ASEAN member states, considering its limited number of friends and networks around the world. I think ASEAN and its member states are probably one of its closest. And as I mentioned, even there are all these ASEAN diplomats in Pyongyang over the many years. Maybe an idea is to have an informal network of former diplomats from ASEAN countries who are in Pyongyang and Seoul, and can share some ideas and get better views of what Southeast Asia thinks about Korea and what Southeast Asia can contribute to Korea. I think one other thing I wanted to point out is that there was also an ASEAN ROK informal defense ministers meeting. This has come about fairly recently, with something to look out for as well. So moving on to the next section, I will talk about the NSPPlus and what I observe or what I think about it. Again, as I mentioned, I think there were great plans and promises, but because of the COVID-19 pandemic, every country has moved and pivoted inwards to look at all the domestic issues that each of us respectively have to resolve. And unfortunately, we couldn't make further progress on the NSPPlus. Moreover, President Moon's term is coming to an end soon, in a couple of months' time. And fair enough, very understandable, their government's major priority now is to achieve a breakthrough in inter-Korea relations and US-DPRK relations. Everything else in terms of foreign policy is understandably going to take a backseat for the short term. What happens after that, when the new president comes in, the truth is we do not know. Yeah, and talking about a quick run through about Singapore-ROK relations under NSPPlus, I will just briefly go through this, some highlights. My Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong has met with President Moon on several occasions, both in Singapore and in Korea for summits. One interesting fact that not many people point out is that when the first US-DPRK summit happened in Singapore, 12 June 2018, President Moon actually came exactly 1 month later. So I think this can be interpreted in a couple of ways, and that was the first state visit from ROK to Singapore in 15 years. So really, I think President Moon, even in his speech, he came to Singapore, he gave a big speech. He signaled his appreciation to Singapore for hosting this very historic summit. And also, as part of the new southern policy, of course, he had to travel and wanted to travel to all the 10 ASEAN member states. They have met on a subsequent few occasions, so the relations are good. In terms of economic cooperation, there's a statistic which I found quite interesting. As of 2020, Singapore is actually the ROK's top investment destination in ASEAN, 3.8 US billion, and the world's second largest foreign investor in ROK, 2.3 billion. And Singapore itself is actually the ROK's biggest infrastructure market among ASEAN member states. Of course, this was based on data over a period of about 50 years, where they have won close to 40 to 50 million US dollars worth, billion US dollars worth of contracts in Singapore. And two important initiatives that have come up in Singapore over the last few years: the Hyundai Motor Group Innovation Center, which was had a groundbreaking ceremony by Prime Minister Lee. This is an investment of almost $400 million by Hyundai, and they will produce electric cars in a couple of years' time. There's also a Korean K-startup center in Southeast Asia. The first one was launched in Singapore last year. So this will also help to bring Korean startups to Singapore to drive their regionalization and international efforts. So I think these are some of the initiatives that can be seen to have really progressed under the NSP and NSPPlus. Of course, the next question is what happens when President Moon finishes his term of office. Of course, one argument can be made is that at the ministry, civil service, bureaucrat level, ASEAN is going to be important for them, no doubt about it, because they have to diversify, that's true. But if the president himself is deeply interested and wants to do more in a specific direction, that really helps a lot in terms of the resources channel, the budget channel into ASEAN. So I think the intensity and the deployment of resources, depending on the next president's emphasis on ASEAN, we have to wait and see, because anything can change. For example, the Presidential Committee on New Southern Policy, I think somebody mentioned just now, it could easily be dismantled, unfortunately. Of course, we don't want it to be dismantled, but it could be if the new president has a different direction or opinion. Because I've been there to the office before. I think most, if not all, of the officers are actually seconded from other ministries. So they themselves are not on a permanent post in the Presidential Committee of New Southern Policy. So I've talked about that. And just quickly, just to wrap up my last section about ROK, ASEAN, and Singapore-ROK cooperation in the years ahead. Even if the New Southern Policy were to be renamed, even if it was to have a new direction, there will be some kind of ROK-ASEAN relationship for sure. Interestingly, I looked at this recent ASEAN-ROK Summit joint statement dated 26 October, and it rightly points out synergy between the ASEAN Outlook of the Indo Pacific, AOIP, the 5 broad categories of the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework, and the 7 initiatives of the NSPPlus. So I think there's a lot to digest there, and there's a very good starting point to build on, especially in some of these key factors or key areas: public health because of the pandemic, future industries. We're talking about 5G, we're talking about artificial intelligence, we're talking about big data and all these kind of things, which is definitely going to make a big impact on the day-to-day lives of people. And of course, non-traditional security issues, climate change, natural disasters, etc. All these are definitely areas that ASEAN and ROK can continue to cooperate and improve on. The difficulty, of course, is how we're going to live with COVID. Singapore has tried to live with COVID. The last few months were not so easy when we tried to embark on this new strategy. Korea itself is also facing some challenges living with COVID. I understand the situation there has taken a bit of a turn for the worse, with about 5,000 over cases each day. So in this next phase, how to live with COVID, Singapore and Korea will probably be one of the first few to move on to the next stage, seeing that we are highly vaccinated. But again, that presents a challenge, and what can we do to help also the region itself stabilize the situation. I want to touch a bit more on the point about 5G and future industries. The ASEAN survey by the ISIS Yusof Ishak Institute, I think one very important finding is that Samsung was actually the developer of choice among ASEAN member states to build their country's 5G internet network. So respondents were asked to choose, okay, Chinese companies, US companies, or Scandinavian companies, and Samsung. Samsung came up top, actually, 38.5%, and actually 7 countries had all indicated Samsung as their top choice. Only Cambodia, Laos, Malaysia did not indicate Samsung as their top choice. So this really shows the kind of competitive advantage or niche area that ROK has compared to some of the other middle-sized powers, major powers like Japan and China. Of course, everybody knows about the BRI and also Japan's infrastructure plans in Southeast Asia. So really, what can ROK niche or strength be? I really think it's about 5G, really think about smart cities, about private and public partnerships, especially since in ASEAN also, there will be a huge move of the rural population to urban areas, estimated by one study, ASEAN urban areas will accommodate another 100 million people in the next 15 years. So ASEAN Smart Cities Network is definitely a very promising initiative. And the ministers between ASEAN and ROK should also try to meet face-to-face again to talk about these smart cities. From a Singapore perspective, of course, we are trying to embark on a Smart Nation initiative, or rather we have already been on that path. And we have the ASEAN Smart Cities Network. So definitely with ROK's expertise and experience in this area, this bilateral cooperation will be a great beneficial benefit to both. I think that's about it from my paper. I took some notes from the earlier sessions, and maybe I just add in a few more concluding remarks or ideas. I was thinking about the next ROK president and wondering whether any of our Korean friends could share whether, any of the candidates have made any foreign policy remarks about ASEAN so far. Because I think when President Moon was a candidate, he was one of the first, if not the only president candidate to have made very clear his intention to upgrade and have a foreign policy with ASEAN. I wonder whether our Korean friends can share something about this. And also talking about the NSP and NSPPlus, even if it were to be renamed under a new president, whether Democratic Party or Conservative Party, it will come under another name. And I was thinking maybe Enhanced Southern Policy would be a good name if it's to be continued under the Democratic Party candidate. Enhanced because it's no longer new, and also because it's an upgrade. If there's a conservative win in the presidential election, as you all know, when governments change hands, they will try to remove all signs of what the previous government did. So that will be a question for another day. What will be the ASEAN engagement policy's name to be? And I think time is of the essence. The pandemic, we really don't know whether it will last for 6 months, 1 more year, 2 more years. We cannot let the momentum for ASEAN-ROK relations sort of die down. I think even having a virtual meeting or conference like this is very timely and very important to keep the discussion going, to keep the ideas and networking going, because I really see a lot of potential in ASEAN-ROK relations. And more importantly also, what role can ASEAN play to engage North Korea, especially at the Track 2 scholarly level, given the North Koreans' comfort with ASEAN and its member states. I think this is one area that really we can contribute to the peace process. So thank you very much for your kind attention, and I look forward to further exchanges and views. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Mr. Ho, for your perceptive views on the Singapore-ROK relations. And I think you also left some questions for our, I don't know whether it's for our next speaker, who is a Korean professor, Professor Kim Hyun-jung from Yonsei Daehakyo, to answer this question. But of course, I think our next speaker, Professor Jung, will also share his views on South Korea's relations with Malaysia, another very important ASEAN maritime state. So Professor Jung, please. So I don't know whether you want to answer the question posed by left by Sean Ho. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. Then, firstly, I'd like to thank for having me for this very meaningful event. And I also just noticed that I'm the only Korean who are touching on the bilateral relation, and that give me a kind of the burden, especially the receiving such question directly from the Sean Ho. I know that your question is not direct to me, but my observation is that I think that at this moment the presidential election campaign actually begins, but the situation is quite messy. I mean, the candidate personals, their matters and scandals and so on. Actually, it's not. We don't see any actual sincere and serious discussion on the foreign policy yet, and mostly on the personal matters and some sensitive domestic issues. But my expectation and actually my hope is that the NSP or the NSPPlus could continue because given the importance of the ASEAN simply. And secondly, actually the NSP are widely seen regardless of their party, ruling party or the opposition party, widely seen as a kind of the success among the Moon Jae-in's the foreign policy. So even they try to take a learn from this NSP, they may approach the other part of the world and kind of the regional policy, which has long been absence in the Korean foreign policy. So I may get back to your question later in our discussion session. Right. So actually, to discussion on the NSP and evaluating NSP is quite challengeable. Actually, though NSP claimed that it's kind of the regional policy first ever, but it seems that the actual implementation mechanism largely depends on the bilateralism, right? But the case of the Malaysia and the Korea relations, so I think it shows that, especially look at the historical, the trajectory of these two countries' bilateral relation shows that how the bilateralism and regionalism closely work together. Because, I mean, not only in the positive way, sometimes in the negative or neglect way. So here I may raise several questions to discuss the bilateral relation between Malaysia and Korea. So actually, we need to define that what are the driving force for bilateral relations, and then what are the domestic factors and its impact on bilateral relation. Actually, the domestic factor, it has worked as a kind of the considerable, with considerable influence on the foreign policy, especially the case of the Malaysia's and then Korea. So we need to look at the domestic dimensions as well. So, and as well as the regionalism. And also the NSP's contribution or its own limitation should be revisited, not only in a positive way, and because the previous speakers already mentioned that quite good things and the achievement of the NSP, but I'd like to share my opinions on the different part of the NSP's the achievements, right? And also the major factors in our case and Malaysian relation, I just picked some of the keyword. As for the Malaysia, actually political stability and ethnic politics has worked with very important factors in forming the foreign policies. And then the economic-based mercantilism then actually has been very active, the factors since its independence, and the leadership, especially since the Mahathir leadership and the prime minister's powers and then authority has much enhanced and has been the determining factors for the foreign policies. And also it's a very unique feature of the foreign policy, and then namely the neutrality. It has been appears as a major, very important backbone and the principle of the Malaysian foreign policy. And the related ASEAN and Islam, the related policy also has been the key feature of the Malaysian foreign policies. As for the Korea, so as you know that the authoritarian regime has long lasted until the late 1980s, and then democratization has been the key issues in not only in domestic areas but also in forming the foreign policies, and also leadership role should be considered. And I think the most important the factors in forming the foreign policy is North Korean issues, and with certain the diplomatic concern on and relation and with the power countries, especially U.S., and that has the contribute to that the formation of the South Korea's foreign policies. If you look at that our case, the Malaysia relation, actually. Two countries has evolved as a very important partners in many ways in general, right? And actually the political, from the early stage of the bilateral relations, since the diplomatic relation, which was established in 1960s, actually there's a political and security concern has been side away by the economic cooperation, and mainly due to the principle of the neutralities and neutrality, since under the two largest premiership. And at the same time, the ROK is the hardline or the diplomatic war against North Korea. So it is very difficult to hardly can have the strong and the common stance, especially during the seasons, right? And economic relation, though, has increasingly improved thanks to the growing regional production network since 1980s, and also since the launch of the AUKUS policy in 1980s. And also, as I mentioned, the East Asia regionalism appeared to be a congruent point to enhance bilateral ties, especially after economic crisis and then heydays of the East Asian regionalism, when the South Korea's under the Kim Dae-jung's government has approached it and played very active roles with the close collaboration with the martyrs in Malaysia, right? So I can say that there are several stages. So I think in evolution of the Malaysia and Korea relations. So I think the first stage is I can say that since the establishment of the bilateral diplomatic ties and until the office and term of the Abdul Rahman, the first Prime Minister. So at the time, actually, due to some domestic and external factors, which made these two countries make more concern about the security politics regarding the threat of the communism internally and externally. So actually, it served to make them to have the common stance against them. And it also provides the congruent point to share and support. It has been the supportive to one another in many ways. One of the examples is that Malaysia has supported the idea of the initiative of the anti-communism group defectors that called the ASPEC initially. And Malaysia also, at the time, externally, the diplomatic struggle and the challenges that face it, and including the confrontations. And it tried to enter the NAM and so on. But with this kind of the foreign relation, the constraint which two countries face it, and it make them to work relatively closer to each other, right? And second stage, and neutrality and the cooperation. Simply, I can say that there's big changes since the change of the prime ministers, but we should note that it's not only the change of the person, but dramatically the Malaysian the political landscape has changed after experiencing tragedy of the May 13. And then domestically and externally, they have adopted the new policies when it comes to the foreign policies. Neutrality has become very important, and then later became the established principle of the Malaysian foreign policies. So since then, actually, Malaysia tried to away from that one-sided diplomatic practice regarding the South Korea. So they tried to keep its neutral position, which resulted in that somehow the South Korea's disappointment with that the Malaysia's the strict neutral positions and so on, right? And the next stage is we have seen that very active engagement of Malaysia with the world affairs under the martyrs. So what we call the martyrisms, and the martyrs, the legacy still remain, I mean, in a certain sense. I mean, as the legacies and the backbone and as a principles and kind of the norm as well in the practice of the Malaysian foreign policies. And also, it should be noted that Malaysia launched the AUKUS policy, but not only the focus targeting on the Korea, but initially it was more about the Japan. But we cannot neglect that the importance of the ADP, because it certainly has contributed that people-to-people exchanges, and it is very significant diplomatic initiative that, which engaged the South Koreans and so on. And later, Kim Dae-jung's, and then I think after experiencing first change of government since its independence, and as a result of the long process of the democratization, And actually, there's though the existing differences between the Mahathir and the Kim Dae-jung in terms of the personal philosophies and so on. But there is a very strong congruent point, as I mentioned, that there is East Asian regionalism developments and so on. Right. The next stage is about the domestic politics. Actually served as a kind of the constraint factors, especially in the case of the Malaysia and the Korea, right? So as you know that the prime ministers, Najib's, the one MDB scandals and so on, actually it has weakened the long-lasting the principle of the neutrality. So actually it's the politicized of the diplomacy to serve the domestic political purpose. So while in a certain sense, the South Korea, the conservative, the ruling parties appear to have introduce more hard lines against North Korea, which actually shrink the diplomat space for engaging South Korea and Malaysia as well. And now we are turning to the NSP and actually the Moon Jae-in the governments. We see that it's not only the personal triumph over the presidential election, but it's kind of the product and the result of the candle revolution, and then which toppled down the previous government, which has which was seen as a kind of the malpractice of the democracies. But at the same time, we could actually the NSP came out with the Moon Jae-in's government, but it seems that we cannot expect that a kind of the stable and reliable partnership from the Malaysia, because that due to the political turbulence happens since 2018 and after the Mahathir and the PH governments and so on. New Southern policy, I think it is somehow meaningful because it's the first value-oriented approaches and first regional policy, but there was little link to the domestic political concern. I mean, it has nothing with the domestic political purpose. And so purely that is the foreign policy oriented, and also it is it raised a good hope for that as a possible contribution for the Korean peace process at that time. But it has certainly some limitations. The first thing is the 3P actually was expect to the project kind of the vision, but actually it worked as a kind of the label indicating each field of the cooperation. For example, people not as an eventual goal for the people-oriented, the people-centered community, but it just referred to the social cultural sectors. And the peace category, actually under the peace category, the Korea sought a kind of the arms export to the ASEAN member state, including Malaysia, and prosperity actually has not met that a kind of expectation of the core prosperity. That is still the one-sided the economic interaction in terms of the trade surplus and so on. So I mean, thus actually the NSP was not able to create a new initiative, but categorize the existing program or the project, which would have been made even without the NSP. Right, and during the NSP period, actually there are some factors promote or the constrain the implementation of the NSP. So while the NSP has enhanced our case cooperation with the member state of the ASEAN, actually bilateralism appears as a dominant features. And so in bilateralism-led approaches, economic interest represented more than the political and the social concern. So, for example, the fourth industrial revolution, the halal industry and smart city, with regard to the Korea and Malaysian cooperation, and also uneven weight of the bilateral relation was not about to change. I mean, the concentration on the Vietnam, that is been a particular feature of the Korea-ASEAN, especially the economic relation, and the political cooperation for the Korean peace process are very limited in a certain sense. And Malaysian factors, I should revisit that the development of the politics in recent years has a mixed impact on the NSP. Actually, the Najib's scandal it couldn't provide reliable partnerships for the South Korea. And PH government was expected to share the many things actually can be expected bridging the ASEAN and the South Korea in many ways. But as you know that the short-lived PH government actually weakened the foundation for the further development of the Malaysia and Korea relation, and despite the long-lasting legacy of that bilateral relation. And COVID-19 actually has contributed to further development of the cooperation, and especially the upgrade of the NSP to NSPPlus. And as you know that Korea contributes something, and then with the 7 priority areas. But there's still some limitation. Sorry to highlighting on the limitation part, but still is one way. If you look at that, the Korea's the priorities and the NSP, the program. So its keyword is all about the Korea's priority areas, and then it seems to be considered as kind of the have the comparative advantage or the superior to the other counterpart. Let's say Hallyu, KBT, K-Food, K-Health, and King Sejong Institute, and so on, the virtual Korean trip. So it is still far from that two-way or the mutual beneficial programs and so on, and so on. Actually, the partnership for the NSP, the Plus, it is limited to certain countries, including such as Indonesia, Philippines, and Cambodia mainly, and also given the situation which provide the need and necessity of the upgrade of the NSP to NSP Plus, that is the crisis caused by the COVID-19, which project the kind of the complexity of the crisis should be seen as a human security, but the NSP Plus actually simply lack one attribution on that human security in many ways. So concluding remarks, I know that I'm running out of time, but regionalism has been the complementary channel for the future development of the bilateral relation between ROK and Malaysia. And also we also need to equally pay attention on that the partners' condition, and then we try to find that the common interest and the common stance, and with particular reference that the new challenges such as the human security crisis and so on. Thank you.
감사합니다, Professor Kim, for your in-depth analysis of the dynamics between Korea and Malaysia. I think we still have some time for free discussion. Actually, for our panel, we have 5 panelists, but up to now only 4 have spoken. So I'd like to give the chance for Miss Annie to say something, if you have anything to add on. First, yeah.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity given to me. I think this is a really great discussion where we know that South Korea is growing popularity in Southeast Asia right now. And about the new Southern Policy and New Southern Policy Plus, the new version, I think we need to put emphasis on the strategic elements of New Southern Policy Plus on how it can engage the Southern countries to work together, especially in dealing with what we call it power transition and great power rivalry in this region. And like Dr. Yandri have previously articulated before, that we are the Asian countries will never be able to leave our region, but the great powers who compete in our region, if they don't think that Asia will not suit with their interest, they can easily leave this region. So that it is important for us to enhance the cooperation between the Southern countries. And this is the great opportunity where South Korea has initiated the new Southern policy to engage the Southern countries, and also India, of course, as the regional great players in Asia, to work together, and where we can move forward and we can put forward our own interests without being stuck or being trapped in the great power rivalry. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Annie. So I think now we can start our free discussion. If you want to ask some questions, any participants here, please use the Zoom function. And also I'd like to start from the question maybe left from Sean. Yeah, I think you pose a very interesting and important question about the impact of the next presidential election. I think everyone now here is watching very closely upon the Korea's next presidential election, because the stake is very high and it can have impacts upon various areas, not only foreign policy, but also domestic politics, political agendas elsewhere. We know that actually a number of issues have been raised, like the property price, high property price, the income disparity, corruption. A lot of issues actually are being discussed for the next presidential election. Actually, I've suggested to our founder of the Korean Center, Dr. Lam Ping-er, maybe our next major event for the Korean Center would be on the Korean presidential election, as it's so important. It's also related to Korea's foreign policy, not only to Southeast Asia, but also to China, especially North Korea, Japan, and the United States. So I think I'd like to start our discussion from here. So to what extent do you think this next presidential outcome could impact South Korea's policy towards Southeast Asia plus India? Yeah. So any views on this? Yeah. Maybe let's start from Professor Kim first. Yeah, because he wants to ask someone who is very familiar and from Korea. Yeah.
Right. I think, as you mentioned, that the issue is very critical, would be critical turning point for the future of the NSP and its foreign policies toward ASEAN and the India's, but also not only those partners, but toward in general, right? But my observation is that NSP actually it was able to attract the support in the parliaments, regardless of their party belong to. So that means there are a number of the subcommittee comprising the parliamentary members, but it includes the opposition parties as well, opposition party members as well. But somehow important thing is that not NSP itself, but other related issues. For example, historically, when inter-Korean relations are good, South Korea ironically have more rooms to pay attention other region, especially the ASEAN. Look at the Kim Dae-jung's areas, the period, and the Roh Moo-hyun, and now the Moon Jae-in's. So these the three governments, the common thing is that not really hard line against North Korea, and with the somehow expectation of the supportive from the other neighboring countries, especially the ASEAN. So I think that is another reason why they look at the ASEAN in a close manner, right? So in that sense, we have to look at very closely not their ASEAN policy itself, but also in general, how do they take the North Korean issues? So in general, actually conservative parties used to take some harder lines against the North Korea. So in the case of anything but the previous government, so I think the NSP could survive, I mean, given the economic significance, but I'm not very sure that whether the visions and then like suggested vision of the 3 Ps and somehow other ambitious plan toward the kind of the shared communities and future community and so on, that can be taken by the succeeding the government. That is questionable because that even the ruling party candidate, they try to keep away. They try to show that there are some differ from the Moon Jae-in's governments in many ways. They try to prove that they are different and they are better, right? So I think in that sense, they try to expand the scope of cooperation, especially in terms of the regional policy, not only focusing on the ASEAN, but even such as Latin America and so on. And they even probably they would like to expand. There's some possibility to expand their regional policy to other part of the world. That can be a kind of the opportunity or some of the challenges for maintaining or the enhance the NSPs and so on.
Thank you. I think there's a question for in the chat box from Dr. Lampingar. He said, "Dear Dr. Kim, I love your presentation. You mentioned about human security. May I ask for your personal opinion? Do you think it is practicable and desirable for ASEAN and Korea to be more upfront on the human rights problems in Myanmar and more critical of the detention of democratic icon Aung San Suu Kyi? Can AUK and ASEAN act in concert on specific human rights issues in Asia?" So it's about human rights. Yeah.
Right. I think that is the very important issue, and also I also agreed and what we have discussed in the morning session, right? So especially the Moon Jae is the personal background, and actually the process of the birth of the Moon Jae-in's government that actually based on that the movement toward the democracies, and especially concerning not only the regime, the securities, and then the good governance, but the Candle Revolution actually through that issue that which related the many conditions which can secure the human securities, right? So Moon Jae-in governments, I mean the nature of the Moon Jae-in governments, it seems to be very concerned about the human security, and that's why unprecedentedly the Moon Jae-in government, President himself also expressed the concern about that Myanmar situation since the outbreak of the military coup d'etats and so on. And also there's the pros and cons about that the South Koreans, the more harsh and sanction-like approach to Myanmar issues, such as ODA issues and so on, because there's the clear limitation on that directly targeting on the military groups, because the economic sanctions are used to even to worsen the living condition of the ordinary peoples and so on. So I think here is important thing is that finding the partnerships, especially the ASEAN. So the South Korea has been very supportive and the ASEAN's development regarding that the democracies and rule of laws and the human rights and so on. But here I think there's some the possibility, and they're working together, especially when they have some bilateral summits and so on, then they may share and they have to put this agenda on the table, and then issuing and then raising some concern about the Myanmar issues, and then South Korea could take the necessary step, especially which can indirectly or directly impact on the military in Myanmar, especially regarding the provision of the ODS and so on. Right, but actually the South Korea itself is we see that there's some limitations. So somehow important thing is working together with the ASEAN.
Thank you. I saw Dr. Zhang, you unmuted yourself. You want to say something? Dr. Zhang?
Sorry.
Yeah, Dr. Zhang, yeah.
Yeah, so since you raised the issue of the presidential election and India-Korea relations, well, so far the Korean foreign policy and particular approach to India has been, there is a bipartisan consensus within in Korea. So far has not been driven, India was not a political issue in the Korean context. But I would I expect that if it depends who wins the election. If the conservative candidates wins the election, I would expect Korea's posture, particularly in the security front, will be more aligned with the United States. In that context, I would say, given the Indian foreign policy and its approach to Indo Pacific, there will be more convergence. It's not to say that it will be more nuanced, of course, but there will be more alignment in terms of the narrative of the region, and given the fact that India is also getting more closer to the United States at this particular time, because the China factor has become too dominant in Indian foreign policy thinking at this point of time. So I would expect that if a conservative candidate becomes the president, there will be a more narrative alignment with respect to India-Korea relations in the global and the regional context. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Yanji? Okay. Mr. Ho?
Oh, I don't really have anything to add beyond what I already said in my presentation. And thank you to Dr. Kim for your responses and sharing your thoughts. It wasn't directed at you personally, but just anybody who can share what is happening in Korea will be appreciated. But thanks nonetheless.
Thank you. Can I add one last word?
Sure.
Yeah, regarding the U.S. and China rivalry, actually the South Korea, personally, is my personal opinion. So this Moon Jae-in government seems to try to link the NSP with the India Pacific strategic. So I think it's not really in line with that tradition and the practice of the ASEAN's concern. So given the AOIP, I think it is not in line with that spirit of the AOIP. So I think it reflects that the South Koreans, the adherence to that U.S. the close alliance, that is based on that the structural problem. But given that the growing the attention and the achievement of the NSP, I think South Korea they should avoid from that kind of the strategic alliance by linking the NSP to the Indo-Pacific strategies. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. There's another question for Dr. Zhang. Is it conceivable for India to offer its good offices to facilitate peace talks between the US and DPRK or DPRK and the ROK? Yeah, maybe a brief answer to that. Yeah.
Well, this has been a question, particularly because India do have a diplomatic relationship with North Korea. Even though it's a very small presence in Pyongyang, with the pandemic situation, there is, as far as my understanding goes, there is no diplomatic personnel in Pyongyang at this point of time. But anyway, given the fact that during the early years of Trump era, there has been pressure on India actually to close its office in Pyongyang, to align more with the American early approach to, or the maximum pressure approach. But the Indian position has been consistent that of course it's important to have the communication channel going on with North Korea, but so far there has been no request, as far as I understand, or no, the Indian government has not been so forthcoming in terms of its engagement vis-a-vis with the Korean Peninsula security issue. Of course, India has an important stake in the developments in the Korean Peninsula, particularly the issues of denuclearization, but it has not been so forthcoming when it comes to it's interesting to see going forward, whereas given the fact that the Indo-Pacific also includes Korean Peninsula as an important component going forward. So I'm not so sure, and it's worth a wait and see. Thank you.
Thank you. There's another question for Professor Kim about China and Korea. I think China is having a third-party market with many countries, including Singapore. Do you think there's complementarity between South Korea and China on ASEAN economic development, such as infrastructure project? Yeah, short answer.
All right,
Okay.
so should be short answer because I'm not really aware of these issues. But I mean, to be fair, the partnership South Korea should be financially capable, which should comparable to the China. But I don't think that the South Korea's financial capability can meet that kind of the need, right? So that is some fundamental question and limitation.
I think we've had very good discussion for this session. Here, I'd like to thank all the panelists as well as the audience for your participation. 감사합니다. And I think I've wasted some of your coffee time, but actually there's no coffee here in the Zoom room. So please come back at 2:50 p.m. Yeah, for the final session. Thank you.
And you know, today's discussion, very much of the discussion is a very state-centric, economic, state-centric, K-pop and so on. And she has a very, very interesting and refreshing angle to look at the relationship between the Republic of Korea and ASEAN. It is from the perspective of human security. So without further ado, may I invite Prof. Park to share with us your views on human security. Thank you. Over to you, please.
Yeah, it's great to meet you, and congratulations for the establishment of the Korea Center at the EAI. And my name is Min Jung Park from the Subregion Women's University here in Seoul. So it's such an honor for me to participate today's conference and present my ongoing paper. The title of my presentation is The Evolution of South Korea's Diplomacy Towards ASEAN, Embracing Human Security Perspective in the NSPPlus. Unlike Professor Kim Hyung-jong's argument, I believe that in the NSP as well as NSPPlus, there is a certain attempt to embrace human security perspective in the policy. So, since the establishment of the diplomatic partnership with ASEAN in 1989, Seoul had fully focused on expanding economic ties and securing geostrategic advantages with ASEAN, while downplaying liberal values and human rights. So along with other East Asian countries like China and Japan, I believe that Seoul had utilized a values-free diplomacy of pragmatism and expediency. But since the launch of the NSP in 2017, Seoul's unbearing approach towards ASEAN has been revised. Under the vision of people-centered community of peace and prosperity, the NSP focused on human security issues, especially in the peace pillar. And furthermore, in the NSPPlus announced in November 2020, human security perspectives have been further embraced to the unprecedented degree. And using the role theory framework of foreign policy analysis, I want to argue that this change stems from the changes of South Korean policymakers' expectation, as well as the US's expectation, because the US is the significant other for South Korea regarding the South Korea's national role conception. And in the literature, how has human security been defined? According to Hao and Zhang, my professor at Ewha Women's University, human security is defined as a multidisciplinary concept for understanding global vulnerabilities at the level of individual human beings. So the emphasis on the individual, right? And it's been developed in response to the criticism that traditional state-centric security was inadequate to deal with security at the individual level. And according to the UN Human Development Report published in 1994. The idea of human security is a universal concept, interdependent with its 7 components, preventive and people-centered. And those 7 components are economic security, for example, persistent poverty and unemployment, food security, hunger and famine, health security that we are facing at the moment, the deadly infectious diseases, as well as lack of access to basic health services. And environmental security that we are facing as well. Environmental degradation, inadequacy of resources, natural disasters and pollution, as well as personal security, physical violence, crime, terrorism, domestic violence, and child labor, as well as community security, inter-ethnic, religious, and other identity-based tensions. Lastly, the political security, political repression, violation of human rights. Then how has human rights been accepted and adopted in practice? And there are 2 different proponents of human security. The first one is the proponents of a narrow concept. They focus on a freedom from fear. They have associated human security with crisis prevention and conflict management tools, and they have called for international community to defend human security through coercive measures such as sanctions and even humanitarian intervention. For example, Canada has been well known for the proponent of this narrowed concept of human security, because they have emphasized the need to protect civilians in armed conflict by contributing to UN peacekeeping operations. Whereas there are proponents of a comprehensive concept of human security, they have emphasized not only a freedom from fear, but also freedom from want. They have argued that the threat agenda should be broadened to include hunger, disease, and natural disasters. And they have emphasized on addressing security issues through economic means. And Japan is a well-known country for emphasizing this comprehensive human security concept as one of the main pillars of Japan's foreign policy agenda, especially after the Asian financial crisis. Then, I would like to ask this question. The human security had been absent in the Korean diplomatic discourse, but it has been adopted very lately in the NSP and NSPPlus. And what are the reasons? In order to answer this question, I would like to use the role theory of foreign policy analysis as an analytical framework for this paper. And in the literature, a country's national role conception is a domestically shared views and understandings regarding the proper role and purpose of one's own state as a social collectivity in the international arena. And this national role conception have been affected by 2 different expectations. The ego part, domestic expectation, a domestic source of role conception, expectations of political elites on the appropriate role to pursue, for example, middle power status in case of South Korea, as well as the international expectations, the outer part. It is a structural elements of the role conceptions that states have. Because South Korea is US's ally country, so for South Korea, the most important international expectation is the US's expectation towards South Korea. Using this framework, I want to review South Korea's diplomatic changes towards ASEAN. Although South Korea's single 5-year presidency has often made continuity in the has not really made continuity in the country's foreign policy, but I believe that South Korea's diplomacy toward ASEAN member states has demonstrated consistent commitment over the 3 decades with 2 clear motivations below. I think these motivations have been already explained, especially by Professor Cha's presentation this morning. The first motivation, economic diversification, as South Korean companies look for new manufacturing and production hubs to reduce their reliance on China. So South Korea was very active to sign a series of trade and investment agreements in the latter half of the 2000s. So this kind of efforts especially made with big member countries of ASEAN like Indonesia and the Philippines and Malaysia. And the second motivation is the securing ASEAN's support for its North Korean policy. Since ASEAN member states have diplomatic relationships with North Korea and oppose North Korea's nuclear arsenal, Seoul has continued to raise the issue of North Korea during summits with ASEAN member states, as well as the ASEAN-led regional platforms. However, new dimension has been added to ongoing diplomatic endeavor towards ASEAN, which is embracing the consideration of human security concerns. I think among 7 components of human security I have shared, the NSP focused on economic security because it aim for improving living standards of ASEAN member states as well as India, and environmental security through marine waste management program and forest fire management program as well, and health security. Basic health services has been emphasized in the original NSP. However, the NSP is still most focused on its prosperity pillar and economic cooperation, because only 3 out of 16 policy tasks are related to human security considerations. However, in the NSPPlus, 2 out of 7 key areas of cooperation are related to human security dimensions. Under the people pillar that aims for the creation of an all-inclusive people-centered community, the first key area of cooperation is articulated as comprehensive public health cooperation in the post-COVID-19 era, and 4 main objectives are clarified in terms of handling the human health security issues, as well as under the peace pillar that aims for achieving sustainable peace and security. The area of cooperation is articulated as transnational cooperation for the fostering of safety and peace. And also there are 4 main objectives under this area of cooperation. So the NSPPlus invests more attention in global health and pandemic cooperation, while further emphasizing existing priorities like infrastructure and future industries like 5G and e-commerce, etc. I believe that these current shifts has been led by changes of national law conception. Before the launch of NSP and NSPPlus, South Korea's law towards ASEAN had been constructed to respond domestic expectation to reflect traditional mercantilist considerations and resolve the North Korean issue. And South Korean political elites had recognized ASEAN's importance for managing security challenges on the Korean Peninsula, as well as searching for new export markets in the tradition of developmental state. Also, the US didn't really expect an active role of South Korea in the region compared to other US's allies like Australia and Japan. However, after the COVID-19 outbreak, I believe that South Korean political elites' domestic expectation has been revised due to the global attention Seoul has gained as a result of its ability to rapidly contain and track the spread of the virus and its capacity to limit negative economic fallout. So, South Korean political elites have revised its self-identity as an increasingly prominent player that should assist those less capable. And we can find this change by the President Moon Jae-in's recent address that was made in May 2020 at the occasion of marking 3 years in office. President Moon preached Seoul will become a world leader in human security cooperation. And these kind of statements emphasizing human security by South Korean president is unprecedented before. It's the first time actually South Korean president mentioned about human security very strongly. And these statements have been affected to shape the NSPPlus, which launched in November the same year. And also, there have been changes of US's expectation towards South Korea. The US, the significant other for South Korea, has been expecting South Korea to institutionalize the free and open Indo Pacific strategy concept into its own foreign policy agenda, the NSP and NSPPlus, as well as to participate the Quad and Quad Plus. However, Seoul needs to continue pursuing a balanced strategy with China by limiting its participation on free and open Indo-Pacific strategy framed joint initiatives to mostly insensitive areas. Therefore, the strategic links between the NSP and NSPPlus and FOIP remain limited to certain human security issues. For example, the health security issue and environmental security issues, and discarding hard security issues like the South China Sea. So, in conclusion, as argued by Professor Che this morning, I believe that NSP and NSPPlus is not a static concept, and South Korea has made progress towards embracing human security perspectives, certainly in the NSP and NSPPlus. And this change has been possible because South Korean policymakers changed the national law conception in response to changes in domestic and international expectations. However, I believe that human security consideration in the NSP and NSPPlus seems still narrow, mostly focusing certain human security threats like health security and environmental security. So in order to fully realize the NSP's vision of people-centered community of peace and prosperity, the new South Korean government should focus on more serious human security threats like community security as well as political security in ASEAN, which have been neglected due to political sensitivity of the issues. And I found that today many participants have shown their interest how the NSP and NSPPlus will change in the next government. And my observation is that this embracing human security agenda is especially affected by the liberal nature of the Moon Jae-in government. And if an anti-liberal candidate is elected as next president, I think this recent change and recent emphasis on human security may be weakened. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you for a very wonderful presentation. I'll get the ball rolling by asking two questions. The first question is, what can the Republic of Korea and the ASEAN countries can do? In what way can we act in concert on human security issues? Human security broadly defined, can you envisage like the ASEAN countries and Republic of Korea acting in concert, for example, in United Nations peacekeeping operations? Maybe in the same battalion or in the same brigade, you know, you can have a Korean colonel or general leading for a few months, rotate with an ASEAN general or colonel. In other words, it's great to talk about human security concerns, but how can ASEAN countries and Republic of Korea act together and move forward together in the area of human security? First question. Second and last question on my part is that my observation is that in Northeast Asia, both China and Japan have engaged in peace building in Asia. Very specifically for China, they had actually facilitated peace talks in really a town, you know, bordering Myanmar in Yunnan province for the central government, for provincial government. China had actually provincial government, central government, offered a platform for the Myanmar military and the Kachin separatists to meet and to talk. Okay, that's one role of PRC which people do not really know. In the case of Japan, over the years, Japan had participated in peace building in Mindanao, Southern Philippines, in Aceh, Indonesia, Cambodia, East Timor, Sri Lanka Civil War. Okay, so my question to you is fantastic for President Moon to talk about human security being in the center of Seoul's foreign policy. But in practical terms, is there an epistemological community in South Korea among the scholars, journalists, NGOs, and bureaucrats and politicians to actually talk about a South Korean peace-building role in Asia or in the world? Presently, I don't see any South Korean role in peace-building in Asia. Because peace-building is very much intertwined with human security. Thank you.
Thank you for your wonderful question. Regarding the first question, how can ASEAN and ROK act together and move together towards embarrassing human security issues in real cases? I think that at the moment, because we are facing the COVID-19 pandemic, I think at the moment we need to focus on the challenges that COVID-19 pandemic has made and affected to people in this region. So I think this current strategy on focusing human security issues in terms of health security threat as well as environmental security threat that was articulated in the NSPPlus is quite a strategic approach at the moment for the short term. But in the long term, I think two parties, ASEAN and South Korea, needed to further define those threats that we should work with. And one of the threats I want to emphasize is the gender inequality and gender issues in the region, because when I worked for the ASEAN Secretariat as a program manager for ASEAN-ROK Cooperation Fund, I found that many donor countries, many dialogue partners of ASEAN, they haven't really not much focused on the gender inequality issues in the region. And it was one of the marginalized issues among issues between the dialogue partners and ASEAN member states. But South Korea's recent emphasis on gender equality ODA, foreign aid, I think we can further initiate new foreign assistance programs dealing with increasing the women's capacity building in the region. So I think at the moment we have to focus on this health security threat as well as environmental security threat because of the significance of the threats. But in the long term, we need to define the niche area that South Korea and ASEAN member states can work with towards embarrassing to dealing with human security issues in the region. And for the second question, thank you for the great question. And I think still it is very limited discussion domestically in South Korea. There hasn't really much discussions on South Korea's involvement in peace building roles in ASEAN. Because I think still, although South Korea seeing itself as a middle power, but I think still South Korea is quite limiting its role, and peace building activities may be roles for bigger or more powerful players in the global community. However, I think it is quite nicely surprised that many South Koreans are really get involved and showed their interest in the Myanmar situation. And because of this interest, I think our discussion will be further strengthened in terms of South Korea's participation of peace-building roles in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Min Jong. Because of time, we are really running short of time. Can I take just one last question? Anyone with a question to ask?
I'd like to make some comments on.
Yes, please do. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so because of the time constraints, I just give my comments as early as possible. Professor Park, you says that the South Korean foreign policy has been has lacked lack the element of human security in its foreign policy. But I think I have a different accounts on that one, because since early 2000s, South Korea began to, put emphasis on human security in foreign policy, especially South Korea joined the OECD DAG, and South Korea increased the ODA expenditure very rapidly. And also, all these in ODA money is the purpose of the main purpose of this ODA, South Korean ODA money, is to improve living conditions, standards, and eradicate the poverty around the world. So, and then the South Korea joined the OECD DAC, okay, when the conservative government was there. So Lee Myung-bak government and Park Geun-hye government. During the Park Geun-hye government, the South Korean choose the climate change area as niche area for its middle power diplomacy. So I think the protection of global environment is one of the area in the human security concept. So even though the South Korean government has not used explicitly the term the human security in its foreign policy, I think South Korean foreign policy already incorporated importantly the elements of human security since 2000s. And then about the peacekeeping, UN peacekeeping operation. Well, as far as I know, South Korea is one of the countries who dispatches one of the largest, UN peacekeeping forces in the conflict zone area around the world. So I think South Korea has been very active in the UN peacekeeping, the operations around the world since 2010. Okay, that's it. Yeah.
Thank you, Han. And Dr. John, just a very short and brief comment. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Park, for the interesting presentation. Perhaps as the previous speaker, discussant said, perhaps even though human security as a concept may not be articulated, but it's also worth recollecting the fact that Korea was actually instrumental in putting the developmental agenda in the G20 when it hosted the G20 summit in 2010. And also, that's an important point to keep in mind when you're talking about the global discussion on the developmental issues. And on the aspect of peacekeeping, Korea has been actually very active on that front, and particularly in a context where Korea is actually hosting the UN peace conference this year, perhaps in a couple of days. We have to see how it will be happening. And also perhaps because one of the agenda in India-Korea relations has been the issue of peacekeeping, given that the India's long tradition in working in the international peacekeeping as a force deployer, as also in many of these agendas. So perhaps it may not be articulated in the language in which talking, but it has been there for quite some time. Of course, one has to make a distinction between the human right and the human security when it comes to foreign policy aspect to it. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. It's now my pleasure to make my closing remarks. This conference is very significant for at least two reasons. First, this is the very inaugural conference to mark the official opening of the Korea Center, which took place just a few days ago. So a very big thank you to my Indonesian and Malaysian friends. Terima kasih besar. In future, I think all of us will have to learn how to say Korean. Thank you. All the ASEAN members must learn how to say thank you in Korean. The second significant thing is that I'm so delighted that we can bring, the wonders of technology. We can bring someone like Dr. John. He actually, I'm very apologetic to him because we began at 9 a.m. So he was up at 6:30 a.m. 6:30 a.m. to attend a conference. If I were to receive an invitation and say, hey, you better be prepared at 6 a.m. I wonder what I will say, but I salute, Dr. John for so kindly, joining us. Very, very appreciative. And I'm really appreciative that friends from Korea, we have at least 4 Korean scholars and quite a number of Republic of Korea diplomats in the embassy in Singapore listen in. And fellow ASEAN friends, Singapore is nothing without ASEAN, and ASEAN friends. And so glad that we could all come together from the Korean Peninsula, from ASEAN, from India to come together. And I'll make an appeal that the new policy, Seoul's New Southern Policy, I think we should view it as a public good. It is not just something to benefit the ASEAN countries or India or the self-interest of the self-interest of Republic of Korea, or purely in terms of transactional terms, not commercial, political, cultural, and so on. But view it as a as a public good for each other, and also beyond, beyond. I know this sounds very altruistic and perhaps naive, but sometimes scholars, we should be a bit naive. Can we, the synergy between Korea and Southeast Asia and India, can we actually share beyond our region to the world? Is there anything we can do, in a globalized world, despite all the talks of decoupling and so on, right? So we should actually view it as a public good, as something good, something precious. And it is not, I think the onus should not simply be on South Korea, asking them, hey, is your proposal logical? Do you talk the walk? Do you talk the walk? What are the limitations? What are the inconsistencies or contradictions? I think the onus is also on the ASEAN countries. The ASEAN countries, it's time that we should also stand on our feet. And we should not just be recipients from Korea, recipients from US, recipients from China, recipients from Japan. We should view each other as partners. Let's build the NSP. Let's take possession of the NSP, right? We should also, have a sense of agency. Agency is not that the Republic of Korea is the principal. We are just the dependent variable. We just respond or react to the grand strategy of the Blue House. We should actually build it together, improve on it. And like Professor Choi, who gave the first presentation, is a work in progress. Work in progress is never perfect, right? Work in progress, but we should actually try and make it better. Okay, sometimes there may be 1 step backwards, 2 steps forwards, I don't know, but let's move forward together. Public good for the region. And I will close by expressing my thanks to EI Director Bert Hoffman for his very kind support to make the Korea Center possible, to my senior manager, James Tan, who is a guy behind the scenes, making sure our connectivity is near perfect. It's not perfect, but near perfect. And my fellow colleagues, Dr. Chen Kang, Dr. Lance Gore, for kindly chairing 2 panels, and Ryan Ho, who's actually taking notes behind the scene, is going to synthesize. It's not going to be a ad verbatim, word for word. He's going to synthesize it, then he's going to pass it to me, we'll copy edit it, and we're going to circulate it to everyone. And also Jiang Minghua for collating the papers, So on behalf of the Korea Center, East Asian Institute at the National University of Singapore, a very, very terima kasih besar. Thank you to everyone. So with that, I think we just bid everyone goodbye. You'll hear from me, I'll write to you, because this is just the first step, because I'll be chasing you for your papers. We'll publish it with Routledge of New York and London. Thank you so much.